Hello, I don't know if anybody's in here, but I will just keep rattling on until or if anybody pops in. A few different topics for tonight. It's been quite a funny old evening, actually, which I'll get into shortly. And I'm just getting myself sorted. Oh, hey, clown. Oh, you like the foundation of everybody's channels. You're always there straight away. Great to see you, hon. Thank you. Hope you are well today. Oh, Sheila, hi, love. Oh, you've just got me. Hello, hello. You know the Scissor Sisters cover of Comfortably Numb? The minute you said that, that started going into my going in my head. Hi, Mrs. Mercury. Oh, this is nice. I was thinking I'd probably be sitting here prattling away on my own. I don't know if anybody's. Oh God, no, that was Cooper. It wasn't the demon. I'll just give you the heads up before we start properly. There's been, considering I live in a very tiny, quiet village, there has been a bit of, how will I describe it? Urban warfare tonight. Hi, Frida. Lovely to see you. Yeah, that was Cooper. He just made that huff then. He's a little bit on edge bedtime because I live in a tiny little cobbled street. Oh, that was him again. Don't know if you heard that or not. He's lying down near the window. We've got, oh, there he goes. Stop it. Stop. We've got a lovely street with lovely neighbours, apart from one. And this guy has done nothing in the 6 months he's lived here. He has done nothing but cause problems for people. So I will be talking about the notorious growl bedtime clown because I've been given some tasks to do to try and find out what it is, but I'll talk about that if we get a few more people in a second. So yes, we've had a load of trouble with this guy in the 6 months he's lived here. He is a misogynistic, gaslighting POS. And he is the type of man, and obviously you guys know I'm not a man hater, but I'm just calling it as it is. This guy is vile, absolutely vile, and he tends to go to target women who he sees as weak. It doesn't mean that they are weak, but people who don't like confrontation. And the late seeking the truth with Dave. Hang on, just spat because I mentioned that name. Blech. Vile individual. He's on a similar par though, actually. I was saying to one of the neighbours before, I think he's probably in his mid to late 30s, early 40s. I don't think he's ever had, let's say, relations with anybody other than Auntie Palm and her 5 daughters, possibly. He just comes across like that. One of the neighbours said he comes across as very underdeveloped, and he will target, as I said, women who really don't like the confrontation, and I think he gets off on it. Only tonight he has picked on the wrong person, and I can do crazy very well without raising my voice. And he called me crazy to one of the other neighbours. This is before I'd said anything to him, and that was the wrong thing to do, because I have been 3 inches off his face while he was sitting in his car saying, I dare you to call me crazy again, and you're going to see crazy. And his face was a bit. I said, are you denying you said it? I said, no, are you denying you said it? Well, I'm not denying it. I said, right, okay. He said, but you believe in something somebody else has told you. Now, this is my next door neighbour who's standing not 3 feet away from me. And I said, she's standing right here. Oh, hi, Sharon, my dude. Welcome. I'm just filling people in on a bit of the craziness that's gone on today while we're waiting for people to come in. And I said, well, my friend's, she's standing right here. Are you calling her a liar? And he's looking at me and he's just, it was like a rabbit caught in the headlights. And that's when I just said, I dare you to call me crazy. Do it and watch what happens. And I think in his head, it probably played out slightly differently to how it actually ended up, because he had started on my neighbour, my two next door neighbours, and me, and probably thought there's 4 women, and I'm a short ass, as you'll know, and he's probably about 6 foot, 6'1", and probably thought, easy victims. Ooh, big mistake, mate. He has gone off with his tail between his legs. So because of that, this was the way I was going to get round. Cooper's been really unsettled because prior to him being ripped a new one by me and my neighbour Catherine at the end, he had been shouting the odds in the street prior to me going out, basically to tell him to shut up. But the dog could sense there was something going on and he was barking a lot. So he's a little bit unsettled. So every so often you might hear a bit of a hoof, hoof. He does that kind of huff in his mouth at any noises. So it isn't my demon, which I will get onto in a second. So how is everybody tonight? Are you all okay? Any of you Brits missing Mad Friday celebrations? Do they do Mad Friday in other countries, or is it only us crazy folk who like going out and getting wasted? I didn't know if it was just a British thing. And for anybody who doesn't know what Mad Friday is, it's always the last Friday before Christmas. And it's called Mad Friday for a reason, because people over here just go out and get tanked up to the gills. Yeah, bedtime clown, never heard of it. Yeah, Mad Friday in the UK, last Friday before Christmas. And it's just an excuse for people to go out and drink until they either throw up or pass out. So let's have a look at Frida. I had a neighbour from hell where I lived about 25 years ago. He eventually got evicted, thank goodness. Yeah, well, I'm hoping this, because my other neighbour across the road, Nicola, this pillock has parked on her front after me saying, you can't park there because this is a private street and the frontage is owned by each of the properties. You can't park on their front. He's an ignorant pig. When she's heard what's gone on today, it turns out that she knows his landlady. I didn't realise that. And she went, I'll be making a phone call because we all get on in here. Because it's a lovely little street. Oh, Sharon, thank you. You enjoyed listening to the last live. Obviously, you can tell I'm a bit, I'm flying by the seat of my pants. I'm not very experienced at this. I never intended to be a creator or host any live streams, but, we're doing it. Bedtime and Voodoo and me, and if anybody else decides that they want to do it as well, just let us know. Drop links to your channel in, and we can all hop over to yours. Sheila, I don't do alcohol, but celebrated with a spicy curry. Still got bellyache. Mrs. Merker, I've been a hermit for years. This live is my Mad Friday. Oh, bless you. Sharon, no Mad Friday for me. F that. Well, this is my Mad Friday. Bedtime plan, we call that happy hour. Happens every day at 5 o'clock. Only on days ending in Y. I get you, and I hear you. Oh, thanks for it. Was great. Thank you, Sharon. Been trying. I don't know if you picked my comment up, Shazza, but I brought up the fact that you wanted to chat about sometime about your dad being a grand Reiki master, and I threw that out to the guys, and I think it was Mrs. Mercury. has been studying Reiki or is a Reiki master. Sorry if I've got that slightly wrong. So she was really interested in Green Eyes and me, obviously, and Lady Witch, Bedtime Voodoo, everybody who was here. So that sounds really interesting because, as I'd said, I like the spiritual side of things. I do like true crime, as you all know. But I think my thing is more the it's history, mainly history, and then going on to the kind of paranormal, weird, wonderful, supernatural side of things, then the spiritual side. And I would also love to learn about Reiki. So yeah, anytime, if you let me know and we'll set something up. So yeah, anyway, speaking of which, so if I tell you, there's 5 people in, so I'll crack on. Oh, Mrs. Mercury's only got to level 2, nowhere near a Reiki master. Well, it shows what I know, Mrs. Mercury, because I don't know what classes as a master or not. So, but yeah, Sharon, as you can see, Mrs. Mercury had said she would love to hear about it, and yeah, so we'll sort something out. So, is Reiki laying on hands or? Well, Sheila, I've got a friend who I work with, and she practices Reiki. Her hands, I don't know if she does it the way, but her hands never touch me. You know, they kind of hover over you, and but obviously I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not an expert in it by any stretch. I've only had it done to me. So so yeah, Sharon and Mrs. Mercury can tell us more. Sharon said, tonight I can't. I'm hand sewing, snap my last needle in my machine. Sewing bunny clothes. Oh, well, maybe. I mean, I don't know, Mrs. Mercury, but you know, maybe if we could get you both up one night, if you fancy it. You know, no pressure, but definitely Sharon. And then, you know, if you want to join us as well, Mrs. Mercury, and ask questions, that's great. Hi, Joe. Madame Celery is in the room. Frida, excuse my ignorance, what is Reiki? Do one of you guys want to answer that? Because I only know it as it helped my headaches. It's my friend does it as a form of healing, but I'm sure it's a many faceted medium. So I don't know if Sharon or Mrs. Mercury. Yeah, if you could answer Frida. I keep saying Freda, which is like Bam does Frida. Or do you pronounce it Freda? Mrs. Mercury, I must warn you, I'm very common. Oh, behave yourself. What Sheila put. I once saw it done on a patient in a care home and I thought it was fascinating, and they did seem to benefit from it too. Well, my headache went, and my friend had seen me really suffering with it. It was, and I don't tend to suffer from headaches. I may get one a year, if that. And this was a blinding, sickening migraine. And Leanne just said, come on, we'll go into the sick room. So we booked the sick room out while we were on lunch, and she gave me a Reiki session. And yeah, the headache went. Yeah, and I'll tell you what the weird thing was as well, Sharon. So I obviously had my eyes shut. I was lying on, there's like a bed in there, and I was lying on it on my back, and Leanne was kind of at my head. So I knew she was there because she'd been talking to me, and then I could hear her hands because she'd rub her hands together every so often. Frida, yeah, that's how I pronounce my friend's name, if it is Frida. Glad I got that right. So, and she'd been doing this over my head and hovering her hands and what have you. And I, obviously with my eyes closed, I just had the feeling that she'd moved to my feet. And I just carried on thinking, you know, she's doing what she's doing. And then she said, right, that's it. And as I opened my eyes, she was still at my head. And I said, I swear to God, I thought you were at my feet. I said my feet were feeling like, because her hands felt really hot when they were hovering over me. And she just said, again, you guys will know more than me. And she said, I knew I had spirit in the room with me then. She said they were helping me with my healing. And she said it was spirit at your feet. I was like, okay. So yeah, but definitely I felt a presence at my feet, which I thought was Leanne, and it wasn't. So There we go. It's challenging energy that travels from the universe through you into the recipient. Yeah, so I suppose, Mrs. Mercury, it's on a par with like when you're trying to manifest, and you imagine, your beam of light going to the universe. Hello, Marie. Right, I'm going to act really posh now, everybody, because Marie has told me how to pronounce her name, and I hope I get it right. Marie Dutoit. That's it. And it's her real name. And Denny and I, the other night, we didn't have a clue. Cooper, stop it. He's woofing again. So we didn't have a clue what we were doing. So I do hope I didn't do that an injustice. But yeah, I've been practicing that since we spoke the other day, Marie. And he keeps saying, du toi. No, it wasn't twat, Sharon. Cooper, stop it. It wasn't. We had a bit of a giggle about that. So yeah, it's du toi. Yeah, I felt dreadful. I felt really bad because sometimes you don't know if somebody has, it is very posh, isn't it, Frida? Because sometimes you think that somebody's like a bit of a play on words or something. And yeah, it wasn't. It's the real name, and I've been told how I can pronounce it. So I'll carry on with about the demon, even though, or whatever the hell it is. So I was playing. Sorry, am I missing something here? Sharon, Sheila, just Cumbria. What's that? Right. I've got you now. You're talking about, yeah. Oh, have I made you feel posh, Marie? Well, there you go. You are posh. Posh is as posh does. Mancunian accent. Oh, Shameless. I used to love that. I did try and watch the American version of it, but it's not the same, is it? It's sorry, guys, but yeah, our Shameless was far better and hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Right, so I shall stop waffling on and I shall tell you about the demon or what have you. So Le Boyfriend had listened to the discussion that Bedtime and I were having on the live the other night about what we thought, what he'd heard and what we were thinking it was. Oh, whoa, Lisa. Hi, sweetie. Cheekbones is in the house. Oh, I'm going to have to make you a mod as well, whoa, Lisa, but I can't do it on my phone. I'm just modding it. Everybody's being a mod. We don't want to leave anybody out. And if I have left anybody out and I don't notice, just let me know. So I played him back the discussion. He listened to the growl because he hadn't heard it. And he said as well, the same as Lady Witch, he can see, he could hear Cooper breathing and the growl. So he listened to that, and then he listened to what Bedtime Clown had to say. And he has some knowledge of certain things. So he said, right, I'm definitely going to get an EMF meter. Was it an EMF? Yeah, an EMF meter. And he said, I'm getting a spirit box as well. And he has said that for the next week, now I don't know if any of you will know more about this. I don't. He seemed to be very knowledgeable about what to do. For the next week, every night as I go to bed, what he has told me to do is put a notebook open on the table, and on one of the empty pages to put a pencil. He said it has to be a pencil, not a pen. I don't know why I didn't ask. Make sure that the pencil is level, I don't know, with the line or the top of the page, so I could tell if it had moved, and make a note of which page it's on. And he said that if it's a ghost or a poltergeist, then it would either try to, if it's got the ability to either try to write, or it may move the pencil, or even turn a page. And I said, well, yeah, but what if it's a demon? And he said, well, demons can't do that. I don't know how he knows this, but he said they can only do what they can do. And the other thing I'm going to do is every night is put, because the place in here, at least it's not a ghost, it's as freaky as F. I'll tell you about it in a second. Yeah, it's something that happened on my very first live and it freaked everybody out. This was 3 or 4 days ago. There's a growl and it isn't my dog. It's really creepy. And my tarot cards and rune stones had gone missing. And this growl thing happened on the live. I didn't hear it. It sounded like it was right down my ear hole. But bedtime, and I think some other people heard it live at the time and then went back to listen because they just presumed it was the dog, and it actually wasn't my dog because he was asleep and I never heard it. So I keep calling it a demon because it growled at me, and it does sound pretty demonic once you realise it isn't the dog. So the other thing I've been told to do is to every night, so I'll put the notebook down with a pencil to see if we can get anything from that. And the other thing he said to do was light a candle, and we had to growl before tarot and runes vanished. No, they'd already vanished, but this growl occurred, and then these tarot and runes that I've been looking for weeks appeared the next morning in the spare room, in a place that they haven't been for weeks, and it was all a bit freaky, Joe. It was very freaky. So yeah, with this candle, the one place I don't have a draft in this house is through the kitchen. Hi Barbara, lovely to see you. Hello and welcome. We're not very well. I'm not very experienced. We're just all getting together and chatting and talking about different things. So tonight it's anything goes. I've got a few things to talk about, but it's great to see you in here, and obviously all our friends from Bam's channel and Bedtime's channel. So, and if you're not subbed, give a sub to Bedtime Clown. If somebody could drop the link for Bedtime's channel as well for Barbara, because Bedtime and Voodoo are doing lives as well at different times. So yeah, so with this, we don't have a draft coming through from the kitchen into the lounge. So he said, light a candle at night, put it on the floor in the doorway. You know, there isn't a draft. I know it's an old house, but the only place that there'll ever be a draft is from the front door, from the porchway, and I've got a great big draft excluder across it. And if it's a windy day, it will come down the fireplace. So he said, if we put it there, there's no draft whatsoever, which we know. If it's blown out, something has possibly passed by the flame. So they're the two things that I'm going to try. Oh, hi, Soul Sister. Hey, Sister Soul Sister. Your theme tune. Lovely to see you. Thanks for coming in. We're having slightly, well, it's not slightly mad Friday, although I have poured myself a Baileys, says me who doesn't drink, but after today, I'm having a Baileys. I'm just going to sit here and sip on it. This is quite funny as well. I bought us both a wobble glass. I don't know if you guys have seen the wobble glasses or not. But if you haven't, they actually don't have a flat bottom, so that if you put your glass down, you know, you won't knock it over. I think it's, let me get this right, convex is when it's, the bump is out, isn't it? So if you put your glass down, it will kind of roll around, but it won't tip over, so you can't knock it over. But it's really freaky because if I take a sip of my drink and put it down, as the glass looks like it's tipping, I keep jumping to try and save it. So yeah, I am enjoying a little glass of Baileys, as it is a non-Mad Friday here in the UK. That was me just taking a little sip. So yeah, so that's my demon update. So I don't know what anybody thinks, or any other suggestions, if there are any people who have more experience with this than I do. But he seemed to know what he was talking about. But yeah, oh, thank you, Sheila, for dropping the link for Bedtime. That's great. So yeah, if you're not sub to Bedtime Clown, please go over and have sub to him and click the notification bell, because I'm doing them kind of this time to catch the Brits and some of our American and Australian people. And bedtime, because of the time distance, he'll either catch those of us who have got insomnia in the UK, or he will definitely catch the people in Australia and America. So between us, we'll try and net you all, so you'll at least have somebody to, there's somewhere for us all to get in touch with. Oh, Solstice, yeah, we all missed each other as well. We were all rattling around a little bit, and then bedtime started doing his lives with Voodoo, and we started going in there, and then I thought, well, I'll try them here as well. Oh, you're in hospital, sweetheart. Oh, I hope you're okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but speedy wishes for good health again. Hopefully it's nothing serious, but yeah, if anybody, if you're not very well, can we have some prayers to whichever deities we believe in? From me, you'll get just for Solstice to wish her a speedy recovery. With me, you're going to get the Norse gods, but I'm sure there'll be some Christians in here who would pray to their gods, or any other religions. Welcome to do whatever you want, but please send some healing wishes to Solstice. No, you're very welcome, Bedtime. Oh, thank you, guys. Thanks, Bedtime. Yeah. Healing thoughts, but it's great to have you here. It really is. It's lovely to see you, because you always brighten me up when I see your messages. Yeah, you're right, Frida. We have Miss Lisa. It's and Joe and everybody. It's just really nice to see everyone. So yeah, I don't know what you guys think. Have you heard any other things I could try rather than the pencil and the piece of paper and the candle? And obviously, like I said, he's going to buy an EMF meter. We're going to give it a go, and a spirit box. And I wasn't sure about. I didn't know what that did, but it's apparently you can ask it questions and it will say things. Don't anybody mention a Ouija board, because that won't be happening in this house. So yeah, that should be quite interesting. But yeah, if anybody's got any other suggestions, I do know about cleansing with the sage, so that's all getting done. It's just funny that this has suddenly started to happen. So I actually accused him. I said, I bet you've brought a demon in with you. And he went, no, it's not me. All right, so bedtime. Yeah, thinking about going live in a few hours to talk about the Kim Potter trial and a few things that were said by old Space Monster last night. Ugh. Well, yeah, we can do mine and then I'll pop over to yours. If that's that'd be cool. I don't know anything about the Kim Potter trial, bedtime, so that'll be interesting. Space Monster, don't know anything about her apart from I find her voice irritating as F. Oh, that's a good idea, Sharon. Homemade sage sticks. They're so expensive, aren't they? If you buy a smudge stick from a store. Oh, Sheila, talk about the wolf. Oh no, wolf are going to see if it happens. I don't. Well, we could do actually, because one of the topics I was going to talk about is kind of there. What's Joe said? Black tourmaline is great to protect from dark energies. Yeah, I'd heard that. I don't have any. I've got a tiger's eye. I do have my crystals. I've got amethyst, and I've got citrine and rose quartz. Can I have an unopened bottle of Bailey's in the cupboard? You are tempting me now. Oh, go for it, Frida. Come on, because I've got a Bailey's here. It's just nice to have a sip on. Do you know what he got me into drinking as well? I've never tried it. Bailey's with milk, filling up, like I made it half and half. It's really nice. Go on, I think if you've got Bailey's, crack the Bailey's open. I think you should do. So I don't know what you think about the topics that I'd put in. I don't know if any of you have read the description for this live. Because I was thinking, obviously I wanted to give you me update on my demon. or whatever it is, poltergeist, ghost, don't know. I thought we could possibly talk a little bit more about what we touched on the other night, which was missing 411, about the people missing in the national parks in America, because I find that really fascinating. Oh, hi, Lady Witch. Thank you. It's great to see you. And we've got more old faces who have come in tonight, so it's really, really good. Soul Sis is in here. Wolisa's come in. Joe Madre is in here. Frida is in. So, and Sharon. So yeah, it's a great group, and I'm really pleased you've all come in. So yeah, so I thought we could talk a little bit about missing 411, if you like. What Sheila put, you're making it sound cute saying an update on me demon. Well, I'm thinking if I make it feel like more of a pet, it might not kill me in my sleep or something, or I won't get possessed. But I'm hoping it's more of a ghost, a mischievous ghost, or one of the fae, as Lady Witch said the other night. But I suppose we'll soon find out. So yes, I thought about missing 411 because I know a few of us were talking about that. I don't know how many of you like or know about Dogmen. Dogmen. I know Lady Witch does, and Raven. Yeah, Soul Sis is in hospital at the moment, Lady Witch. So I just asked, whichever deities you want to pray to or ask for help for her. So I said my lot are going to be pagans, as are yours, but all religions and prayers and healing wishes are welcome for Soul Sis. So it's going to, hopefully we can keep her company. And then bedtime is going to go live as well in a couple of hours or so. So if I wind this up on here, if I keep waffling on bedtime, if it's coming up to the time that you are wanting to go live, tell me and I'll wind this up here, and then we can all jump over to you and talk about the trial and things. Oh, Lady Witcher said, I still think to this day that I encountered a dogman. So I might actually talk about that first, if you don't mind, because my brain's bouncing all over the place. So with the Dogmen, I got into listening to Dogmen Encounters Radio, which some of you may or may not watch that channel on YouTube, but I like it. Vic Cundiff runs it, and he's got a really good voice. I started listening to it so I would drop to sleep. And bedtime thing. Yeah, got 5 or 6 hours before that. I know, but you know what I'm like. I start rattling on, and it could be 6 hours, and I've only got halfway through what I intended to. So yeah, just give me a nudge if I'm just chatting rubbish. So yeah, with the Dogman Encounters Radio, so Vic Cundiff runs this, and if you've had what you think may be a Dogman encounter, then you can contact him, and he will either tell your story for you, he'll disguise your voice, or you can go on and tell it yourself. And I started listening to him when I was struggling to go to sleep. Hi, Voodoo, welcome. Loads of old faces in here tonight, so you'll have a few people to say hello to. So yeah, and I started listening to him. I was having a bit of insomnia, and I found his voice very restful. Although then I stopped falling asleep to him and started hearing and paying attention to the stories that were being told. And they're really interesting, and some of them are quite frightening because I'd never heard of Dogmen before. And I suppose to people in the UK, the nearest thing that we would probably describe them as would be as a werewolf, but they're not. They're so much more. Oh my God, get behind me, Satan. Bailey's cheesecake. I'm drooling like, yeah. Bailey's cheesecake. See, I'm like, I'm really easily distracted. Oh, shiny object, and off I go. So yeah, so he's telling these stories, and there's one of them that I remember, which I will share with you in a bit. I'll try not to use the names because one, I don't want to get too much of it wrong, and the other is that I don't really want to nick this guy's content. But if you're interested in that kind of thing and you're not subscribed, nip over there to Dogman Encounters Radio. It's really good. There are 2 channels. I think one's just called Dogman Encounters, but it's run by Vic Cundiff, and is a great guy, really interesting. And the other guy, and I follow both of these channels. It's quite a big channel, is Vic's, but the other channel is a guy, again, over in America called Marvin Allen. And he's been a guest on Vic Cundiff's channel, and he's talking about other people's experiences. He's had experiences himself, but again, you can go and use him as the person to tell your story. And my goodness, can he tell a story really, really well. So I subbed to Marvin Allen's, and I've been in a few of his lives. Really friendly group of people. They're like us, the minute you go in, everybody's welcoming you. He's got mainly Americans, but there are, quite a few Brits in there as well. So yeah, Sheila, Dogmen, and Frida, I'll tell you as well. And Lady Witch could probably correct me. So you've heard of the size of Bigfoot, the 8-9 foot, some of these. Well, Dogmen are similar. And they're, oh, thank you for that link, Sheila. That's brilliant. So there's the link. Please, if you're interested, sub to it. It's a great channel. He doesn't really do lives. They just tend to be pre-recorded programs, although Marvin Allen does do lives. And he's great. He always says Dogmen. So we all say, if you remember, you're the part of the Doug pack. He's great, really friendly channel, loads of nice people. So these Dogmen are some form of a beast. They appear to be pretty indestructible, which I'll get onto when I relay one of these stories. They appear to have some form of how would we call it? Supernatural powers. They Marvin, oh sorry Sheila, do you know what? Give me a second and I'll have a look on my tablet, because I am subbed to him. I think it's under his own name. I'm sorry guys, totally unprepared as usual. Should have had this ready. Give me 1 second. Chat amongst yourselves. I bet you're all praying for Bam to come back so you don't have to listen to me cocking shit up, do you? Oh, I said shit. I said shit twice. Oh no, 3 times. I was really determined not to swear tonight, and I was doing so well. But I am looking at my tablet. Right, he's called, oops, Marvin Allen Dogman Encounters. So it's spelled Dugman, all one word. Marvin Allen, which is Allen, Dogman Encounters. So giving a shout out to Marvin because he's great. I love listening to him. I'm not monetarized yet. Nor will I be. So yeah, sorry, I will get round to describing you dogmen. So these are huge creatures with on a par with the size of Bigfoot. They are definitely wolf-like as opposed to part human, where if they're standing on the back legs, if you imagine a dog that stands up in its hind legs, its hocks are still, what would be its knee joint, they're still going to point backwards, and they've still got a stifle joint. And so this is what these dogmen are like. They still have a what's it called? They still have the dog-like features, the legs. There's a tail. Some people describe a long tail. Some people describe a short tail. They appear to be as ripped as God Almighty knows. Huge pectoral muscles, ripped foreleg muscles, which look more like arms. And a lot of people say that it actually looks more like a hand, where you would expect a paw on the front feet. It's more like a hand. And people are saying, who have seen these creatures, that instead of having 4 fingers and a thumb, it's more like 5 long fingers ending in these huge talons. So, oh, Mama Rat, hello. Lovely to see the mama in here. Oh, this is great. Hello, can you hear me again? Because I think I just kicked myself out. God, I can't believe I did that again. What an idiot. Yeah, so for those who didn't know, so that's basically what a dogman is like, and they can be, well, they are very, from what I can gather, very, very aggressive, to the point that people have been chased out of the homes, chased off the land, have been in fear of their lives. You know, really quite horrific stuff. And if Lady Witch had said, you know, that she thinks she has seen one, well, oh my days. I don't know. I don't think that is something I would ever want to see. I mean, I don't know. Sometime if you want to tell us all about it, or you know, come up if you like, or tell us in chat, or do it on another night. Anyway, I had a little thought because I'm fascinated with these stories, and I really like this Marvin Allen, this channel, and I thought, because he's really great at going on other people's, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to get in touch with him because he's such a great storyteller. He's so animated, and his accent, it killed. I think it's adorable. So I thought, do you know what? I'm going to actually send Marvin a private message and see if he would like to come on here and tell us all some of these dogmen stories that, you know, people have given to him, or Dogmen, and then we can all be members of the Dog Pack. So I don't know what you guys think about it, but you know, if you think that might be a good idea, I don't know, put a 1 in the chat and then I can contact him. Because it's up to you guys what I put on here. It's you know, it's our channel. It's for us to decide. Oh, that's great, Barbara, that you found Bedtime's channel. Yeah, we're not sure. I, you know, we're all missing her, and quite a few of us have messaged her. I sent her another message. I think it was yesterday. I didn't ask for a reply. I just said, you know, we're all still meeting up. We're going to be here when you come back, and you know, and as and when, you know, hope you're well. You know, you're loved and you're missed. So, and I'm sure there's other people that have done the same. Oh, great! Thanks for the ones, guys. I've just seen them all. So yeah, I will contact Marvin. I can't promise, but I'm pretty sure that he would do, you know, and it will help grow his channel as well, more exposure. He's really good, you know, maybe get some of his followers over here if he advertises that he's coming on this channel. But yeah, he's great. He's funny as hell, and he's really, really good guy. So I'll do that for you all. Oh, hi, Denny. Hello. We're just talking dogmen at the moment. So what's Mama at? Hey, yeah, been a few weeks. not been too well and been to visit son in Spain. Oh, I hope you're okay, and you know, your son's okay, and that you're all set for Christmas, Mama Rat. Yeah, bedtime. It's the same here, Kiss. No demand for reply. Just know we love you, miss you. That was Cooper, not the demon, by the way, and hope you were well and okay. Yeah, Bam doesn't break her promises. She will be back and positive of it. Absolutely. I think that our dear friend needs a little bit of time away. I'm hoping that she's listening in and listening to me, listening to bedtime, cruising the other channels, you know, those that she wants to have contact with. And she knows we're all here. She'll know that from all the messages that we've all sent to her. You know, I know it's very hard and you don't want to pester people and get in the face when they're not really feeling like being sociable, or, you know, even not that, if they're not very well. So yeah, I think she does know we're all missing her and we're all thinking about her. So yeah, we're just keeping her seat warm, aren't we, till she comes back. So I am going to tell you one of the stories that I heard on Dogmen Encounters, and this is I think the guy is in his late 20s. I'm not going to give his name out. He owns some land in a sorry, before I start, she's got a chest infection, ear infection, not doing too well. Oh no. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Mama Rat. Thanks for letting us know. And an ear infection, I mean, that affects everything, doesn't it? It makes you, you know, it can affect your balance. It can make you feel as sick as anything, you know, especially if you end up with like vertigo, which is quite common, isn't it, when you've had an ear infection and then chest infections on top of that. Oh, well, please send her our love. Send her our love. Thank you. Yeah, so if I go back to this little tale, so this guy came on as a guest and he was telling his story. And what had happened was that he has bought this land, a lot of land for somebody of that age group, you know, late 20s. He has a lot of land and they would, you know, he was farming cattle. He had a wife and a baby daughter, or has a wife and a baby daughter, basically building the dream life on this huge farm. And I think it was, we're talking hundreds of acres. It's a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you which area of the United States it is, because obviously this guy wants his privacy as well. And I'm only relaying it third hand. So from what I can gather, the very first time, and they'd lived there for quite a while, the very first time that they became aware of something was he came home from work, because I think he had a job as well as the farm, running the farm, and he came home and his wife had said, I'm a bit concerned about the cattle because they're in that field and they're all grouped at one end of the field right up against the fence, which anybody who's been around cattle know that isn't what they do. You know, they'll mill around, but it was like they were literally trying to get as close to the fence as they possibly could. And she said they've been there all day. They've not eaten, they've not wandered around, they haven't drunk. They're literally there against the fence all day. So they were thinking maybe maybe there's a coyote. I don't know whether they have wolves in that place, but a coyote, you know, maybe there's packs of coyotes. I think they'd maybe heard them in the past there, or, you know, a mountain lion or packs of wild dogs, something. And he thought maybe this is what's going on. Oh, we've got another troll. Well, no, another bot in the channel. Karen Rose, goodbye. Somebody could stick the boot in on that one. I would appreciate it. And so he called his friend up who lived on the next farm down. So I don't know, a mile or so away, 2 miles maybe, and asked him, would he come out with him in the evening as it had gone dark, because he thinks that they've got a bit of a coyote problem. So, excuse me. Now, he called it a four-wheeler. I get the impression it's maybe something like I mean, I don't know what a four-wheeler is over there, but the way he was describing it, it sounded maybe like a four-wheel drive buggy or something that we would have over here in the UK, like a quad, what we'd call a quad bike. So, but anyway, he basically said they were on this four-wheeler and they went down this lane out of the farm, down the track. ATV, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so it was one of those, and they went down in the dark. So at this point it's dark, they've got the headlights on, and they're deciding to kind of loop around and through towards the forest, the other side of, oh, thanks, Lady Witch, yeah, quad runner. Loop around the back of this field towards the forest, which is the bit that these cattle in their home paddock were trying to stay as far away as they could from. And as they came round into the dark bit of the forest, so they're off the road now, and they're on basically a rough track in this forerunner, and the headlights picked something up, and they stopped, and they raised the beams, and it was like a WTF moment, because they're standing in front of them is this creature with a wolf-like head. It looks like a bodybuilder. It's got massive muscle shoulders and forearms, huge pectoral muscles, huge back muscles. It's standing, I don't know, let's say 7.5 to 8 feet tall, which they found out afterwards. It's standing, I think at this point it was like down on all fours, and then it stood, which is when they got the full height of it. And apparently when these things stand, there's like a cracking and a popping sound, which sounds like it could maybe their leg joints opening up as they stand. Do you know what, Sheila? That's exactly what I imagined when they were saying that it looked like Anubis. Like when you see the Anubis god in the Mummy films, and I think was it the Scorpion film, and he had like Anubis type warriors fighting for him. Yeah, that's the same thing that I think of, although some people say that they have that long muzzle and others say it's more squat. So basically there's this pop, 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 and cracking and creaking as this thing stands. Now, whether this is dislocating of joints or popping of tendons, I've got no idea. But when you listen to all of these Dogmen encounters, this is a familiar theme. And also that the eyes glow this really bright orange, an unnaturally bright orange, even when lights aren't on them, they kind of glow in the dark. So basically, this thing stands, it's pop, 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 pop. And they're both like, shit, what the F? And it starts moving towards them. So his mate, who is sitting at the side of him in this forerunner, has they've both got shotguns, rifles, what have you. He unloads at this thing, and he said it hit him. Yeah, there we go. Lady Witch said yellow glowy eyes. Yeah, and this is common, isn't it, with them all? They've all got this. There's no variation to these particular traits of these dogmen. Yes, it does sound like when the American werewolf in London changes, but this thing doesn't have a human form. It always looks dog-like, wolf-like. It's just when it stands, you get all this popping and cracking sound. So this guy unloads at this dogman, and the guy who is telling the story, who owns the land, said this, I can't remember what caliber it was, but it was a high caliber gun or rifle. He said he saw this bullet strike the dogman in the chest, and he said he saw its left pectoral muscle ripped off by the force of this. And he said it didn't even flinch. So they rammed this four-wheel drive into reverse. They're trying to get it, because they can't turn around because they'll end up ditching themselves off the side of this, basically a rough-ass track. So they are backing up and trying to get back to the paved road, the tarmacked road, where they'll have some proper purchase. And he's terrified of tipping this four-wheel drive up, because this thing is now coming full pelt at them. His mate is terrified. He's screaming, fucking hell, what the... He's trying to reload. He's trying to do all sorts. He said they hit the backwards. They come out of this track with this thing ploughing at them at God knows what speed. They hit the road. So if you imagine an unmade track, it's not flush up to a tarmacked or concreted surface, is it? There's a dip. So because he then comes from a lower road onto the tarmacked road, you can imagine this four-wheel drive basically leaps off the road going backwards. It's got a moment of where it possibly is going to tip over because, you know, these say the back near side wheel connects and then the front off side wheel, and it's kind of, you know, wheel to wheel to wheel in all the different corners until he manages to get it sorted, gets it into gear and starts to go forward. And his friend is at this point screaming, oh, what's up? Are you having a bit of a technical problem, Lisa? Oh, I hope you can hear okay. So basically his mate is screaming, and as he looks to the side, his friend is trying to lean all the way over onto him because this dogman is now running parallel and its face is level with the side, the window gap or whatever it is, where his friend is. And his friend is screaming at him to get his gun, get his gun, get his gun. And he said, all of a sudden, he feels that the engine is struggling. It's really, really labouring. And he said he looks down and this dogman has got its front, one of its front. So it's running on its hind legs at this point. It's not all fours. It's running and it's keeping up at, what, 20, 30 miles an hour with this four-wheel drive. And his engine is labouring and he's losing power. And they look down and he said, this thing has got its front hand, if you will, on the front corner of the Forerunner, and it's trying to stop them. And he said, as he looked at its face and he said, the look of evil. He said, if you could imagine an evil dog grinning at you, he said, that's what the damn thing was doing. And he's trying to get his friend off him so that he can reach down and get his weapon because his mate can't reload. He's got this thing that's he thinks going to come, you know, his head's going to come through the window. He's panicking because the whole four-wheel drive is slowing down. He's trying to shove his mate off him. He's trying to keep the gate. He said it's just all going wrong. It's all going pear-shaped. And then he manages to grapple between his feet and catches hold of his rifle. And as he brings it up, because he doesn't even know how he's going to cock it, he's going to get the safety off, whatever. As he brings it up, he said there's just this moment of recognition on this thing's face, as if to go, oh, I know what that is. One of those hurt me before. And it let go of the front of the truck. And he said it was like it had suddenly been rocketed up the backside. It just went whoosh, because this had stopped taking the power away. And he said, we absolutely nailed it down this road to back home with this thing. He said it at this point has fallen behind. And he said it's kind of, you know, it's lost the need to run after them. And then it disappears off into the undergrowth. And his friend is like, what the F was that? What the F was that? He said, that was a werewolf. That was a werewolf. And they're both freaking out because these are tough guys. And they get home and they get back to the main guy's home where his friend has left his truck parked up, and they're going, he's saying, don't, for God's sake, we don't tell my wife what's happened. He said, we will have a talk about it tomorrow, but we cannot say what's happened. And his friend agrees. And then he goes home. And from there, everything started to go wrong. He said, because this wasn't on the same night. But yeah, everything started to get worse. And before I go into that, I just noticed that Frida has said, remember my ex-husband telling me a yellow eye was looking through a hole in the fence, but this happened when he was a child. Totally freaked him out. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm with Lady Witch on that. I bet it did. I mean, they're like Bigfoot, aren't they, apparently, that they do seem to have a bit of a fascination with children. Now, in what form that fascination takes, is it curiosity? Is it, oh, look, an easy meal? I don't know. But yeah, so that was the first of the Dogmen stories that I ever properly listened to. And then this poor guy ended up at one point, had to call the local sheriff. It was like, you know what, ridicule be damned, because these things were coming round his house. They were tapping on the windows. They were running around his porch. They were, I think the main thing that happened, which I found quite frightening, apparently his house is on several different levels, and his baby daughter is on the floor below him and his wife. And I can never get this right in America, because you use like first floor, second floor, and so on, different to we do. I'm guessing if it was in the UK, her bedroom would be on the ground floor, I'm guessing. And he said this one particular night, he said they had a baby monitor in there. His daughter was just coming up to a year old, I think maybe 8 or 9 months old. So it was his turn to listen, because his wife had, you know, she'd cooked a meal for them and done everything and so on. And he thought he'd give her, you know, give her a break. I think she'd done the washing up and everything after the meal. So to give her a break, he was going to get up in, it's the USA, Sheila. Yeah, which country are they in? That they actually aren't just in America, I believe, but Dogmen, as we're describing, definitely are in America. Okay, Voodoo, see you in a sec. Give them hell and come on back. So basically, he's listening to the baby monitor, and he said it's not just a listening device, it is a video as well. So it's pointed at the baby crib, and so they can watch the daughter when she's asleep, and you know, they don't have to go down the next flight of stairs to see her. Every time she makes a noise, they can check on the video, make sure she's okay. And he said the head of her crib is underneath the window, and the window's open. It's a hot evening. I think this was about the June time, June or July. It was hot, so the window was open, but there was a screen on the window. So it wasn't like she was open. And not only that, he said that the window itself, the bottom of the window was, I think he said it was 7 feet to the bottom of the window. So from the ground up to this window, and 9 feet to the top of it. So he's in bed, and he's, you know, he's hearing his baby, and she's making little googly noises and what have you. And he said he's just lying back and relaxing. And he suddenly hears like a scratching sound. And the way he described it was, he said, if you imagine that you've got a pack of cards, you know, and you maybe you're stacking them, and you flick them over, and as the whole pack goes over, I suppose like a domino effect, it kind of like goes. So he hears this very, not quite a scratch, but it's kind of a noise. And it kind of brings him out of his, you know, he was semi-snoozing. So he said, what the hell was that? And then he hears it again. So he looks, thinking it's possibly the baby, and he looks on the baby monitor, and he sees his baby, and she's fast asleep in bed. And then he notices right above the edge of her crib, looking in at her through the screen window, and we're not talking any glass there. There is literally just a screen between the outside world and his baby. He sees yellow eyes, and he sees this grinning mouth and the drooling teeth, and it's a Dogman. And he said he was up and out of his bed and down those stairs before his kind of wife woke up as he jumped awake, saying, what the hell? And he couldn't even answer it. He was out. I think he picked his gun up from the bedside cabinet. He's got a handgun, and he's taking these, you know, he's out and along the landing. And then he's thinking in his panic, he didn't want to kind of scare it beforehand or let it know that he was on his way downstairs in case it kind of got through, grabbed his daughter and ran. But he wanted to make sure that he gave it a shock. So he said he's trying to get down there as quick as he can, making as little noise as possible. But also, he said, running through his head is this vision that this thing is just going to slash open the screen, reach in, and this tiny baby is gone. It's going to eat her or what have you. So he basically is taking 2, 3, 4 steps at a time. He gets to the bedroom door. He's cocked his gun at this point. The safety's off. He's got it and he is ready, because he said if he opens this door and that thing is in there, he's unloading in its face. He doesn't care. And I think at this point it's a case of, you know what, and if it had hold of his baby, he still wouldn't care, because better an ending that quick than an ending at the hands of this thing. So he said he got to the door. He's like, deep breath, and he thought the best way to deal with it. And so he kicked the door open, and as he kicked the door open, he just went "Rah!" and gave a primal scream. And as this primal scream came out, he said he saw this thing and it shit itself and it dropped and he heard it pat, 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 and off it went. Baby has woken up, because obviously he scared the life out of this little baby by screaming, and he just scooped her up and got her in his arms and cuddled her. He's looking over his shoulder, he's got the gun, and he goes back upstairs to his wife, who at this point is freaking out because all he'd said as he ran out initially was stay there. And she's obviously, what the hell is going on? He hands the baby, so the three of them are sleeping in this bed all night together, because this baby's not going back downstairs. They've got a pit bull. I think he said it was an 18-month-old pit bull, that he gets up and she is on the end of the bed, and he was awake all night with this gun, imagining that this thing is going to get in the house somehow. I mean, there are more bits and pieces to that, but there would have been a change in sleeping arrangements for sure. Well, you know what, Lady Witch? You would think so, but I don't think that happened. It did eventually. But the next tale is because of, and this is feeding on, and I'm probably not doing this the justice it deserves, because this was hours and hours of a story. But hopefully, I'm getting it across as best I can in as briefly a way as possible, because I don't want to make tonight all about Dogmen. But so at this point now, when he'd had the previous experience with his friend, he had eventually told his wife that they'd seen something that he wasn't quite sure what it was, played it down a little bit, said he thought it was possibly a wolf, and they'd left it at that. At this point, she's asking him, what was it? What did you see? What's gone on? And so he had to say, well, you remember when me and my friend had gone down that night, we thought there were coyotes that were messing with the cattle. We actually saw this thing, and it wasn't a dog, it wasn't a wolf, it wasn't a coyote. And she said, what was it? And he described it, thinking she's going to think he's an idiot. And before she has a chance to say anything, he just said, that was just at our daughter's bedroom window, and it was making a noise on the screen, and I thought it was going to take her. And so she's freaked out, obviously so. And the next morning for breakfast, he couldn't go into work because he'd stayed awake all night and he's guarding his family with the gun. So the next morning, he doesn't go into work. He wants to stay at home. Yeah, you're right, Frida. It was sleeping in my room. I think it did for a little while, but then, you know, they thought they'd sorted stuff out and didn't. But this is how they first came to try and sort it out. And in honour of our BAM, I'm going to light a fag. So I was going to say, should I find a lighter that doesn't work? Hang on a minute. Right, this is a BAM salute, and I hope it pisses people off. This lighter doesn't work. Here we go. Ready? Oh, no, it isn't working. Oh, bugger. There we go. Let's all have a fag. I've got the killer. I've got the killer lighter. So there you go. That's on you, Bam Love. Well, I need a fag. I need to calm my own self down. It's quite bad. So yes, this next day he doesn't go to work. The wife's freaked out. She's not letting this baba out of her sight. Oh yeah, go on. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Bedtime clown. And anybody else wants to join us for a ciggy break, feel free. And this has gone out now, bugger. So they have a discussion, and the wife says, you know, well, what are we going to do? And he goes, oh, I don't know. And she said, well, what about phoning the sheriff? And he's like, whatever. they're just going to think I'm an idiot. And she's like, well, I know, but if we've got something hanging around here and, you know, maybe they can do something, maybe we just tell them that there's a wild dog and they'll come out and show a presence or something. And if they see something, they'll shoot it. So he goes, right, okay. So apparently this is quite a small-ish community in this particular rural area of America. Everybody knows everybody else. He's on first name terms with the sheriff, you know, the sheriff, the mayor, everybody knows everybody. He rings the sheriff up and he asks him to come out, and he says, we've had a bit of a problem. So the sheriff comes out and they're having a bit of a chat. And he's kind of telling him what's gone on. Sorry, Cooper, you don't have to bark as well. Shut up. Sorry about my dog. So he tells him what's gone on, kind of, in a roundabout sort of way. And I think this sheriff has brought a couple of deputies with him as well, because I think what they may have done was kind of give the impression there was possibly a rabid dog on the property, which meant there was more manpower, because he didn't want the sheriff to come out and risk going into the woods alone after what he and his friend had seen. Yeah, I would have the window electrified as well. I'd have like nuclear weapons and all sorts pointed at that mofo. But anyway, just me and just you. So he'd obviously kind of made it out to be more than there's a stray dog running around, because he didn't want to put this sheriff, who he's on first name terms with, at any form of risk. So this is what happened. And the sheriff kind of knows there's a little bit more to it. So he does, in the end, say, well, come over here and we'll have a little word away from your deputies, because I don't know them. Yeah, Cooper is being a stand-in for Floki, but he just keeps, you know, having a little huff, but that's because he's a bit disturbed tonight. Hi, Green Eyes, my love. Welcome in. Welcome in. We've got Mama Rattin and Woe Lisa, and Frida's come in, and Soul Sis is listening. She's in hospital at the moment. So yeah, great to see, and great to see everybody. It's, yeah, it is, you're right, the cigarette isn't working. I think I've rolled it a bit too tight. You're just having your coffee. Well, at least it's morning there, so hopefully these stories aren't going to scare your green eyes. So yeah, so basically he has had a word with the sheriff, and he pulls him away to one side, away from the deputies, and he goes, you know, it's not a dog. I don't know what the hell it was. And he tells him what they've seen, and he describes it without trying to be too dramatic. Basically, they've seen this thing that looks to be about 8 feet tall, at least, looks like a dog, standing on its hind legs with a bit of a Doberman-esque type face, with upright ears, ripped as out, huge muscles, front, back, chest, arms, everything. And the fact that it chased them, and they shot it with this high caliber rifle, and it didn't go down. It tore its chest open, and it just didn't even react to it. And the sheriff goes, and he knew exactly what he was talking about. So he said, I know who to contact. So he's like, so you know what this is? He's like, yeah, I know who to contact. Leave it with me. We'll get somebody out. Oh, Frida, have you succumbed and having a Baileys? So am I, Green Eyes. I think anyone with Baileys is having Baileys, and anyone with a fag is smoking it. So away the sheriff goes, and he's leaving this guy and his wife feeling slightly better, because, you know, he's obviously not thought they were raving lunatics, even though they have told him what the true story is. The fact that it isn't a rabid dog or a wild dog or what have you, it is this wolf-like creature. And he said the next day, oh, what's this? The urge to go back and get some blood samples. Well, do you know what, Lady Witch? Yes, I think speaking from where we are at the moment, which is in our logical brains, but I'll be honest, if I had encountered that down a track in the dark, and it had the strength to kind of stop a four-wheel drive that's traveling at speed, and survive being hit in the chest with a high-powered rifle, I don't really think I'd want to risk going back in case the bugger rocked up again. Because if that's not going to stop it, nothing will it? So, yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Send somebody else for the samples, but I wouldn't be going. Just my personal opinion, but you probably are much braver than me because I'm scared by noises in my house, aren't I? So, yeah. Anyway, so the next morning, the sheriff comes back, and the sheriff is accompanied by 3 or 4 large black vehicles, which open up. And the guy said, as he came out onto the front to greet the sheriff, he said these looked like some form of military unit, dressed a bit like special forces, all in black, but he said there was no insignia, no identifying insignia on anything that they were wearing, not on the hats, the jackets, the shirts, the what's it called? They had body armor on and so on. Even the weapons, there was no identifying marks on it. So he said the sheriff was like, these guys are going to sort this out, and I'll leave you in their hands. They'll look after you. And these men in black, absolutely green eyes, they'll look after you and they'll sort this out for you. So these are your contacts in future. So they asked him a few questions. Where did he see this thing? Blah de blah. And he's standing on the porch with his wife and the baby and the pit bull. And he said this pit bull, 18 months old, as soft as your cap, really protective of the family, loves the baby, a great dog, not it's not a wuss. And he said the dog's just there. He's quite happy with there being guests on the property, not being overly protective. And he said this group of guys started walking in the direction of the fence line where he said this is where the cattle had all been bunched up the couple of days before. And he said they had this thing one of them had this thing in the hand that looked a bit like, those, did they call it a parabolic, like the radar that will pick up sounds from quite big distances away, and you can have one that's held in your hand. I might have got the name wrong. It might not be parabolic. I don't know if bedtime you might know because you're quite clever. Before I carry on. But they had hold of this, and he said it kind of had a bit of a gun. So there was a handle like a gun, and then it had this, oh yeah, parabolic, brilliant. I'm not that thick then. And then it had this like a little mini circle on it, which was obviously a receiver or a transmitter of some sort. And he said they started walking, and then the whole group stopped. They pointed this gun with this parabolic doings on the end of it in the direction of the forest. Now, he said, obviously, a little light came on it, so it was on. He said, I didn't hear anything and didn't see anything, but the pit bull suddenly started to fit, and it was screaming, whining, writhing on the ground like it was in agony, frothing at the mouth. So he panics. He's like, oh, my God. And he's shouting at these guys, stop, my dog, my dog, my dog. And he said the moment they were like, oh, crap, they put this parabolic thing down, stopped pressing it, and he said the dog straight away was up and fine. So he said, whatever that was, he said, I think it was some sort of a disabling weapon that they'd used, that could only be heard by canines, maybe. But obviously they knew it worked because they didn't question what was happening. The minute he was shouting, my dog, what are you doing to my dog? They stopped. So, and then off they went. And I mean, I think this story, I can maybe split it down into 2. I can do one another night with the back end of it. But yeah, dog whistle on steroids. But yeah, basically he thought this dog was going to die. It was so bad. Let me just have a look before I carry on. Are there any friendly Dogmen creatures, or all the ones that have been spotted nasty ones that could just want human company? I've heard 1 or 2 of the stories have been of kind of benevolent, friendly, protective ones, but I'm saying one or two. The rest of them are not. I've not heard any other than those one or two stories about any of them being anything other than either aggressive, intimidating, or yeah. Bedtime clown. The sound is basically collimated or funneled, if you will, condensed into the microphone, can pick up sound from long distances. And so I suppose then in the same way, it could also, if it's like a reverse use of it, that it could shoot out sound in a long way, maybe magnify it. I don't know, but that seemed to be the type of thing that he was describing. So yeah, so all these guys off they went in, and they were armed up to the back teeth. They've got rifles, they've got, you know, what look like smoke grenades, they've got this machine with them, all sorts of stuff. Let me just go. Sheila, the one I encountered was not mean. Terrifying, yes, but not aggressive at all. Seemed more curious. Yeah, well, Lady Witch, oh my God. Or oh my goddess, which I should actually have said. Wow, you really need to tell us your story, you know. I'm quite happy if you want to come up or if you want to do it on there. I mean, I've nearly wrapped this one up. But so yeah, so all these men in black, off they trundled into the forest, and they had all this equipment and weaponry and so on. And just before they went, they'd also asked him, have you got any trail cams around? And he said he'd never thought of this, obviously, because it was like get out of Dodge the other night when he was there with his friend. So he was like, yeah, I've got, I think he said over the whole of his property, because he did like to hunt as well. I'm sure he said he had about 30 trail cams. So away they went and yada, yada. And then they came back and he said they didn't even, you know, they didn't give him a thank you, see you, kiss me arse or anything. They basically came back after a couple of hours, got in the vehicles and away they went. So he said up to, you know, they'd been having all this trouble with this thing trying to get in. And, you know, after the first encounter, there'd been issues of hearing them running round the property and round his home, like very close to, and a couple of times of hearing them on the roof. So basically this had happened, away they went. And he said, and then it all calmed down. So there were no more incidences. They didn't hear any noises in the woods. The cattle were all chilled as you like. There were no sounds of anything coming up scratching on the property. There was nothing near the window. And this went on for a couple of months. So they started to relax and think, you know, this, whatever it was they did, they've either killed it, it's, you know, that the deterrent they used has worked, or it's just decided, you know, it's not worth the hassle being around here. I'll move and go to another territory. So he said he started to then get a bit of confidence up, because he's not been back in the woods, don't forget, since him and his mate encountered it that first night when his friend shot it. And then the only other encounter was seeing it trying to get in through the baby's window. So up to that point, and he said, you know, he used to love going hunting. He used to love going out collecting wood and bringing it back and chopping it up and what have you. Really, you know, outdoorsy life. Loved it. So he said he started to get his confidence back up, and he'd go back into the woods a little. And then he'd, you know, go a little bit further another day and collect a bit of wood. And then he said this was probably about 2 months, I say, after the last encounter. He then thought, you know what, I'll go a bit further and I'm going to go and check out my trail cams, because obviously he's got all these trail cams. He's not going to go through all of them because, you know, they're quite far away, and he's still feeling a bit nervous about being in the woods, especially on his own. He has gone armed, but he decides to just go and check out the few trail cams that he can get to that are nearest to his property. And there's still a fair few, let's say 10 to 15 trail cams. And when he got there, every single one, the SD card had been removed from. And over the course of the next month, he then went to check out all his other trail cams. And he said out of these, say, 30 odd trail cams that he had up, every single SD card was missing apart from in 2. And those 2 had been faulty and hadn't recorded anything. And he said, I was really pissed off because, as you know, as we all know, SD cards aren't cheap. Those type of SD cards that go in the trail cams that have got quite a large memory. I mean, I know what they cost over in the UK, whether they're more expensive or less expensive in America. You know, but you could be talking 30 pounds per SD card for the cards of that size and memory ability. And every single one had gone. So he rang the sheriff and asked, you know, could he be put in touch with these people because they'd got his property. And the sheriff was a little bit like, whatever. And that was it. He never heard from them again. And they never came back. The people, however, the Dogmen did. But I'm going to save that one for another time because I know there's quite a few different things that we want to talk about. You know, and rather than making it all about Dogmen. But yeah, I thought that Lady Witch was like cheeky gets. You know, it's 30 quid a shot, like 30 odd trail. I mean, that is a significant amount of money. You know, they've not even put replacements in there, which you would think, wouldn't you? You don't really want people to know that you are taking potential evidence away. So let's come along with some SD cards and pop them in and hoping that the owner won't notice that these aren't the original ones that he'd inserted. There you go. So I don't know what are your guys' thoughts on that story, because I've listened to this man and he is, you know, there's no deviousness about him at all. You can hear the genuine fear and the concern and confusion in his voice. You know, I think they've removed them, clown. It was definitely them because they'd been asking him where his trail cams were and the locations of them. No, he'd thought at the time maybe they were just wanting to see if it had picked anything up. But obviously it wasn't. It was to basically check, has anything picked anything up? And yes, let's take them all. But it didn't strike him because he was too scared to go in the forest and had thought, you know, it was only when he got the courage up to go back in that he remembered, oh, my trail cams, why don't I check on that and see if it picked anything up? But they'd beaten him to it. I'll just go back and have a little look if I've missed any comments. Which, please tell us. I'd love to hear from you about your story. Yeah, I would, Sheila. I'd love to hear from somebody that I know, because it's all right listening to, you know, strangers telling a story on a different channel and me relaying it to your third party, but to actually have somebody that we all know who's experienced this, you know, and we all know Lady Witch isn't, you know, she's not full of it. She's a very credible person. Let's have a look what Sheila's put. Crazy. I'm going to check out the channels. I've not heard of Dogmen before. Thank you. I'll try and get more clued up now too. Yeah, it wasn't something that I would have really listened to before. It was purely by chance. Also, some of his programs, you can get it on your Amazon Alexa. I think if you ask for Dogman Encounters Radio podcast, it will come up on your Alexa for free. So it's not got all of the he hasn't got all of the episodes on there, but there are some good ones. So yeah. But I'm with Sheila. I'd really love to hear Lady Witch if at any point you want to share with us, because it's one of those things. Some of the supernatural or the strange or the odd, I kind of take it with a pinch of salt. A bit like Bedtime said the other day. You know, I'm a bit of a skeptic, but with this and listening to different people's stories, and when you hear them telling the stories, you can actually hear the real fear in some of, you know, and a lot of these people, when Vic Cundiff is questioning them and you know, asking them how they've been, a lot of people who've had these encounters, and it could be 30, 40 years ago, they've, you know, some have had to have treatment for PTSD because of what they've gone through as a result of, now whether it has been that these dogmen have been haranguing them, you know, appearing in the dreams, whether they've been having flashbacks, whether it's been like this guy who, you know, wouldn't go back into the forest for months. But some of these people have never done something again, like never gone back into the forest again. It's affected them so badly. So I hope you liked that one. And yeah, if you let me know what you think. Please give me 2 seconds because I need to powder my nose. I will be straight back. I will literally be 2 seconds. So if you chat amongst yourselves or put some, I do bedtime. I do. It's not yours, not your state. I'm just because I didn't really have permission. Well, I didn't have permission to relay the story. And I don't want to be kind of nicking other people. That's the only reason that I haven't said it, because then it would give the guys details away. But I can share that with you at some point, and even give you the links to the particular Dogman episode. Because I mean, he's got hundreds of episodes, and you would be trawling through them for days trying to find the right ones. So yeah, I do know which ones they are, and I'm happy to let you know. Do you know what? It actually isn't Michigan. And yeah, I've heard of the Michigan Dogmen. The Shenango Valley Werewolf, that's another one. Yeah, they're in a lot of places, but I think Michigan is the most common. But no, this actually wasn't in that state, believe it or not. So, right, I will be back in 1 second. So if you want to leave some comments, I'll be straight back and I'll address them in a minute. I'll see you in a tick, guys. Please chat amongst yourselves. Right, I am back. Let's just see what I've missed. I'm thinking Northwest US. No. Anyone remember jackalopes? I've got no idea what jackalopes were. If you want to tell us what they are bedtime. Anyone miss? Oh yeah, I love Mr. Ballin. Lisa. I've not heard his Dogmen encounters ones, but he's absolutely brilliant. He tells a fantastic story, doesn't he? Yeah, I'm wanting to know what a jackalope is, Sheila. So come on, what's a jackalope? Because this isn't fair on us Brits, you know, we haven't got a bleeding clue. Yeah, Mr. Ballin again, that's another great channel to follow. He's an ex-Navy SEAL, isn't he? But yeah, he's one of the best storytellers I've ever heard. Everything he tells, it's so you're riveted within the first couple of minutes, aren't you? Lady Witch can probably tell it better than me. Well, I don't care who tells it, so long as you tell it, because, yeah, I really want to know what a jackalope is. That's Lee's spot. Isn't he amazing, Green Eyes? I found him during quarantine. He's up to almost 3 million subs now on YouTube. Yes, he is. I think when I first started watching him, he was on, oh God, was he? I think he had about 100 or 200,000 subs, and then it just rocketed, didn't it? Yeah, I like that. Did you guys watch the one about that guy who was being, well, they reckon he was murdered, don't they? And he was basically, I think he'd been posting on Twitter, was it? Or YouTube? Or it might have been YouTube, about that the local police were tracking him and filming him and breaking into his house and going through his belongings. And he kept posting to say that, you know, if I suddenly die or if I die in suspicious circumstances, it's the local police. And yeah, and Mr. Ballon, he covered that story. It was really good. So yeah, there's another great one for you guys if you want to sub in to him. Oh, I've not seen that one. The guy in the UK, lad in the UK built a homemade guillotine. Oh, jackalope, a cross between a rabbit and an antelope, a big rabbit with antlers. Really? Now, is this an urban legend, or is this supposed to be real? Now, I've not seen that one, Lisa, either, the one that Green Eyes has just mentioned. Oh, Sheila, brilliant. Thank you so much. You're on fire tonight, girl. Dropping links all over the place. Fantastic. Thank you. So, I don't know, does anybody want to come up and have a chat about strange and wonderful things, or not? You don't have to talk about strange and wonderful things. We can talk about anything you like. You know, I think I'd said on the description, you know, open panel. Obviously, open panel for us guys. We're not talking. We don't want any random people coming in. As I said the other night, swinging your peens at the camera, because that ain't gonna ride in this show. But yeah, anybody who wants to come up or talk about anything. I mean, I really like doing the paranormal and the history and weird and wonderful and stuff like Dogmen, but it's not all about me. It's whatever you guys want to listen to. So, you know, has anybody got any topics you want us to cover and we can chat about? Just let me know. I'm going to try and light another fag, by the way. So let's see how this one goes. Yay, it lit straight away. Gosh, I'm nearly through my glass of Bailey's. Are you on your second glass yet, Frida? I know, Dogmen, jackalopes, Frida. It's brilliant, isn't it? Because I think the other thing we were talking about the other night was the missing 411, all the strange disappearances in the national parks in America, or I could talk about. I was thinking of talking about when we were on about the norns the other day, where the runes came from. Very, very concise. It's not a long-winded thing. Not enough for a full live. But it was just to give a little bit of background as to where the runes came from, because I think it was Mrs. Mercury had asked about that. So yeah, so I'm just happy if you guys want to steer whatever we talk about, or I'll just keep chatting and talking complete twaddle. Because in the meantime, if I go on about the missing 411, I remembered, because I know we only touched on it the other night. We were talking about, you know, some of the kids. No rabbits. Oh, Mrs. Mercury. No, I haven't. We've not had any more strange goings on here, but I'll be honest with you. It's very cold in this room tonight, like really cold. Which it isn't normally, but that's something else in and of itself. There's nothing gone missing. There's nothing been moved, although we were talking earlier today about, because he was saying, you know, have things gone missing? Have they moved? And I was like, yeah. you know, my keys sometimes go. I know that's the favourite. However, the front door to this house, it doesn't lock. It's not like a Yale lock. You have to physically lock the front door with the key. And because I'm really absent-minded and I mean, luckily, it's a quiet village. We're so lucky. The crime rate here is so low. So many a time I've come in and forgotten to lock the front door, especially in the other house before I moved here. So to get out of that habit, especially when I was living on my own, I started always locking the door as I came in and leaving my keys in the door. And the reason for that was, and that was kind of a bit of a safety thing, was because I didn't go and hang them up or put them in a drawer or a cupboard. It was purely because I thought, just in case there's a fire in the night and I have to get out of one door or the other, because they're my only, you know, the front or the back doors, the keys are always left in them. So, and I do this without fail. I unlock the front door and come in, I turn round, I lift the handle, I put the key in, I lock the door, I leave the keys there. On a few occasions, those keys haven't been in that door. And I found them in a weird place, like on the dining room table or in the kitchen on one of the cabinets that I just wouldn't have put them on. But that's the only other thing. So when we were talking about that, that's what he had said, you know, have things actually gone missing other than the tarot cards in the rune? Is anything being moved? And when I thought about it, I was thinking, actually, yeah. And I've put it down to me being in a rush or a bit absent-minded. Now, maybe that would be true with other things, but not with my front door keys. The front door keys and the back door keys, they are always left in the lock. So I don't know. Apart from that, but at the moment, nothing else has happened, and long may that continue. Oh, I've heard about drop bears. Somebody wound me up about that when I went to Australia. I thought it was a thing. Something's wrong with a country that doesn't have a single rabbit. Well, the rabbit, are we talking about Australia there? Because I've missed the chat because, yeah, I think rabbits and cats as well, wasn't it? Rabbits and cats have been a real nightmare for Australia because they weren't natural, and a lot of the indigenous fauna in Australia has got no defense against you know, the like cats, because cats go and kill everything, as we know, and it's mice as well, because these all came over on ships and you know, yeah. And I think isn't somewhere that weren't they doing a cat culling recently, Green Eyes, in one particular state? I seem to have read somewhere because there was a lot of uproar about it, and people say no, they're killing a lot of the indigenous animals of Australia and New Zealand. There was a little thing, a little animal. I can't remember. I think this is in Australia. Well, it's either Australia or New Zealand or Tassie. And I can't remember the name of it. It had a really cute name. It looked like a little, not a rabbit, like a cross between a fat rabbit and a fat mouse. Well, that's good. Not read that. I know in Victoria they have cat curfew, no cats out after 7 p.m. Yeah. One of my friends has cats. She lives out here in the countryside, and her and her husband have built a whole cat. It's like a run outside, but it's tunnels and balconies and all sorts, but it's completely enclosed in mesh. So, you know, the cats can go on the grass and they can go up into the tree and they can walk along what they feel like is the top of the fence and view over, but they can't get out. And they've done that because they didn't want their cats, you know, torturing the local wildlife, coming in with, you know, half-dead birds or rabbits or what have you. No, they're not guinea pigs. No, or possums. No, it's I keep gonna say lemon something or other, but I don't know if I'm making that up in my head. It's a weird little name, and they're the cutest little thing, but apparently these are one of the main victims of, cat carnage. I'll have to Google it later on because I cannot. For some reason, I've got in my head it's a lemon something or other. No, not lemmings. I feel like a lemon at the moment. I just feel like running off a cliff. Holiday destinations, cold cats. It's sad but necessary. It's a big problem in Greece, isn't it? Because I remember every single time I've gone to Greece, we've had, you know, cats, and they look like they've been really poorly, you know, with cat flu, really messy eyes and what have you, just coming sitting at your table, you know, waiting to be fed. And I'm guilty. I fed them. I've taken bought tins of tuna for them, and yeah. But I suppose it's oh, the rabbit-proof fence. That I watched a documentary on that, Green Eyes. Yeah, we you can't help it, Sharon. You know, it's an animal. It wants to be fed, and we feel sorry. And yeah, we do. What's Lady Witch put? A brush-tailed rabbit rat. It's gonna kill me till I remember what it's called. Or is it called a something melon? Might not be lemon. Is it something like a patty melon? That's ringing a bell. Patty melon, something like that. A ratty bilby. Yeah, I think it's a patty or paddy melon. I think that's what they call. I said lemon. It's something like that. I gave someone cat food, told them it was pate. Listen, I've done even worse, Sharon. I hated my sister. I mean, we're still not the best of friends now, but when I was a kid, me and my sister hated each other. And I this is really bad. I mean, she knows about it, you know, we laugh about it now because my dad always says, "You were so evil." I I gave her a lump of dog shit to eat and told her it was special chocolate. She was only young at the time, as was I, but yeah, she ate it. Paddy Melon Wallace. Oh, is it? Oh, so it's a paddy melon, is it? Oh, paddy melon wallaby. Oh, yeah, that might be it then. Yeah, that was sticking in my head. A paddy. Are they little tiny wallabies? Because I just got the impression that these things were. I might have even got the name of them wrong. They were just like little tiny things. Oh, I'll tell you what though, Green Eyes. I am still laughing about your comment about the hose last night. I've been giggling about it all day. Sheila Gipping. I know, but you know, when you've got a sister that's you don't like, you know, needs must and all that jazz. Yeah, I was playing back the live and just letting him hear it because he was like, "Oh, you've lost it," because I didn't realise how much I was laughing. It does sound nothing like lemon, doesn't it, Lady Witch? But well, lemon, melon, I don't know. Oh, brilliant! Thank you, Sheila. Yeah, you laughed your ass off at it, Sharon. I tell you what, I just lost it. I could not contain myself. And sometimes I think it's when somebody somebody say something that they might not think is that funny, and it sends me over the edge. But every so often today, I've just started laughing again. It was just like blown your ass. Yeah, I know, me too. For anybody who missed it, Green Eyes was on about a hose pipe attached to a bidet and like how good it is because it'll blow your arsehole out. Oh Lord above. So yeah, well good live. Look at all the laughing emojis. I know, we just need to laugh, don't we? We need to laugh. I thought should we have 5 minutes of laughing and taking the mick before I go on to anything serious? Because that last night really, really cracked me up. Who's that? Natasha Cooper has no shoulders. Hello, Mum. Welcome. I don't know who you are, but... Or is it somebody who I do know that's changed the name? I don't think she's got any legs either, though. It's like that Gary Sinise. Is it Gary Sinise? Whatever his name is, the actor. And I was convinced for years that he genuinely did not have any legs. You know, after watching, I watched the film Forrest Gump, and he was that his commanding officer who'd had his legs blown off in Vietnam. And for years, I was convinced Gary Sinise did not have any legs. And I watched him on, was it CSI New York? He was on that. And you never saw a leg shot. Sinise, thank you. So it became a common thing in my house. Lieutenant Dan, that's it. Lieutenant Dan. And every time Gary Sinise came on the telly, I just used to put this voice in and go, I got no legs. I ended up, it was that bad. I had about 20 people in my office Googling to see if he actually genuinely had legs or not. That's just I got no legs. I'm not taking the Michael out of anybody who hasn't got any legs. I just want to point that out. It's just I'm not convinced that he has any. I know they said it was all CGI, but I don't know. You never see him on anything wearing shorts. So he's got pants on. Just an observation. I have to tame him in my leg and call myself Lieutenant Dan. Gosh, yeah, I think we had that conversation before, didn't we, Joe? Yeah, and obviously, as you'll know, my niece now, she's got after the accident that she had the accident, we'll call it that, in August, and they've had to rebuild part of her leg with because the bones in her leg were they ended up in 2 slivers. So she's got, I think, where they couldn't build the bone back again. There are little gaps of titanium in that as well. Let's have a look. Mom says Natasha Cooper is blue tack apart from the head, plus no shoulders detected. Blue tack. Oh gosh, it's bedtime. You two. My right femur is titanium and still have a 6-inch screw in my hip. Wow, that must have been some accident. I mean, my niece at the moment, she's got a cage. She's going to have it on until at least January. She's got an external cage on her leg, and every day there are, I can't remember how many, there's 12 or 16 screws in it. Every single day, these have to be turned a quarter of a turn, each of these different screws. And this is so that and it separates the bone, or prevents the bone from growing too short, so that you know, she'd end up with one leg shorter than the other. So every single day there's a turn of each of these screws, so that as the bone is healing, it's going to stretch until it's at the correct length, basically. Accident you described on Halloween. I can't remember that bedtime on Halloween. Or is that what they're called? External fixators, green eyes. Yeah, I mean she's back to the hospital. She's there 4 times a week, so she's having to have she's having hydrotherapy as well, and she's in a wheelchair. But yeah, you know, she's alive. She's had the first consultation with the maxillofacial or the maxillodental, whatever they're called, surgeon, because obviously her teeth now she needs to have teeth work done, dental work done. And also there's going to be some facial reconstruction as well, because the fractures in her face. I mean, I've done that. I had a bad accident and I had to have my cheekbone and my eye socket and part of my jaw rebuilt, and had pins in and plates in the left side of my face for quite a long time. So I know that that's what she's going to go back through. Now, mine was done, I think, within 2 weeks. Hers, because of the trauma of the accident, she's not, that they've left that's the lesser of all the evils, and she can live with that. I think they're just concentrating on getting her walking again, and they were saving that leg, which they, by the grace of the gods, have managed to. So what's that, Sharon? Your brother has, what have I missed? Sorry, Sharon, I've missed what your brother has or what that's referring to. Yeah, well done, Joe, if you can dance again. Yeah, it's all bionic on here. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. So what would you like to discuss? Do you just want to carry on with facial reconstruction? Right, Sharon, thank you. Sorry. You know what I'm like. I've got the memory of a sieve. I'm like a goldfish. By the time I've swum round the bowl, I've forgotten where I was, and I think I'm in a new place. So learning to walk again is brutal. Yeah. Gosh. So, but you know, if you guys are doing it, then I've got a tale that I can tell to my niece and say, you know, I know 2 people who've gone through this. I know other people that have had facial reconstruction, including myself. But yeah, it's a more Dogmen or similar stories. Okay. Well, we can do. Well, do you want to go over a bit of the missing 911 and see if people have anything that they want to discuss about that? Because we only touched on it the other night, but I'm fascinated about these disappearances in the American national parks, and you know, and I think we were talking, weren't we talking? Excuse me, about the similarities and the criteria that David Paulides, who's the guy who talk about it live later. Yeah, cool. So yeah, with the just a little bit of background for anybody who wasn't in the other night, with the missing 411, and it was called that because initially I think it was 411 people were the first ones that David Paulides identified as missing from, I think it was Yosemite, wasn't it? Yosemite National Park. And so that's why it's the name Missing 411 has stuck, even though there are far more people than 411, but that's where the Missing 411 comes from. Yeah, you're right, Joe, Yosemite. That made me laugh. Do you ever remember when AD talked about it and he went, Yosemite? You absolute fuckwit. Yeah, he made that did make me laugh when he said that, Yosemite. Ugh, God. Anyway, so yes, so that's where it came from originally. That's where the name came from. And David Paulides, anybody, again, like I said the other night, if you've never watched him, please go and subscribe to him as well. Watch some of his stuff. Great guy. I've had a conversation with him on Twitter about another case, not the missing 411 case, but just about a case in the UK with similar criteria. He would say foo white. He would, Lady Witch, but you know, the moron. Anyway, sorry, that's my bitch fest out the way. I'm determined we're not going to do that. So yeah, so David Paulides, he only considers cases that fit certain criteria, and which I think we touched on again the other night. If there is a history of suicidal tendencies, if this person has got severe mental illness, if there is, say, alcoholism or drug abuse issues, he won't include these. He won't include them. If there is the slightest indication that this could possibly have been an animal attack, so if there are animal tracks found near wherever this person has disappeared from, he won't touch that one either. So it's all things like that. And then when he actually looks at the cases themselves, he also, again, tries to get them to fit into certain criteria that he has set up. And one of the things that we did mention again the other night is there seem to be an awful lot of these cases of the people that have gone missing who have got a Germanic link. So the surname is Germanic, their family is Germanic. You know, they could be on holiday from Germany, but there seems to be a strong Germanic link. And by that, I'm not just meaning German. Oh, brilliant. God, Sheila, you're just top motto, putting links in all over the damn place. That is the link for David Paulides. So, you know, please check him out, give him a listen. He's great. You know, and he always answers if you send him questions and then he reads them out. It's really good. So, and when he looks at these missing cases, he then will try and fit them, as I just said, into a certain criteria. Now, when he looked through if the people are found, if they've not been found, how were they found, what were the circumstances around them being found, is there anything strange? And then he also looks at when the searches were being carried out. And one of the things that he has picked up on with these cases that fit all the criteria seems to be whenever they bring in tracking dogs. So, and this is obviously much more popular and medium to use in America than it is over here. Although we do use tracking dogs, it's a big thing over in your country, and it's been used far longer than we've ever used it over here. So one of the things that he's found is that they will bring in these experienced tracking dogs who will, from the point of the last sighting, so the last time anybody had a visual on this person prior to them disappearing, they will take the dog to that point, the dogs, and this isn't just one dog, it's like, you know, they'll have packs of dogs. They'll follow the scent for a few feet, they won't follow it for far, and then either they will act as though they have lost the scent, or the dogs are reluctant to track any further. They'll lie down, they'll start whining, or they'll try to run back. And this is common, and this is in every one of these cases that he has identified. This has happened with the dogs. Just see what Joe has put. Being out in the huge granite alone in, shall I say, Yosemite, just to annoy everybody, in Yosemite is very spooky and beautiful. Yosemite is like home to me. My ancestors lived along the Merced, is that how I say it? Merced River that runs through the valley. Well, that's the other link as well, isn't it, Joe, with the granite, boulder fields and so on. A lot of these disappearances also seem to be where there is a lot of granite, where there are some very bare boulder fields. And that also is the same in other countries. In Scandinavia, where some of these disappearances have occurred, again, it seems to be very, very common around the boulder fields, granite, and so on. And the same in Australia. You know, there have been a few disappearances again, and there's always these boulder fields around or granite around. And he does make reference to the Scandinavian legends. Obviously, they originated there, but I think other cultures and countries probably go along with it now as well. This was always they were always the places in Scandinavian folklore that you stayed away from, because the wee folk lived under the boulders, or they'd live in the boulder fields or the granite. So you either had your trolls, you either had your fae, as Lady Witch and I were talking about the other night. You could have dwarves, you know, elves, sprites, you name it. These were the, you know, the beings that could potentially, you know, they for the most part could be benevolent, but you didn't cross them, because then they could be quite spiteful. And yeah, so he's kind of made that link and said, you know, is this, have these legends, has this folklore that's come over from Scandinavia actually got some weight and some merit? Because, you know, relatively speaking, from a Western perspective, and I hope I don't offend anybody. I hope I don't offend you here, Joe, by saying this, because obviously your people have been there for a long time. But same from a Western perspective, this concept of boulder fields harbouring the wee folk, harbouring supernatural forms of beings, is relatively new to the Western Americans. So he's then saying, you know, could this be something that is actually carrying some merit, that they knew things before we did over here, over here as in over there in America. So we're meant to have a couple of pyramids, but they won't let anyone excavate them. Really, Green Eyes? I did not know that. Yeah, granite boulders carry energy. You can feel it. Yeah, and I know, Joe, and I've heard that before. Yeah, it's and you're right. They are spooky. They have there's a very strange grey feeling to them, aren't there? I sometimes will, they're not to that same extent, but if I'm up in the lakes and we've gone up the mountains, or you're on, you know, the gravel slopes or the scree or what have you, that I think there's something about there not being any grass, no trees, this very bare landscape, and it does seem kind of otherworldly, but it also, sometimes it feels to me anyway, and maybe to you, Joe, it feels like there's a hum. You don't hear it, but you feel it. It's like a buzzing hum type feeling. Wasdale, yes, yeah. Picnic at Hanging Rock. That is ringing a bell with me, Green Eyes. Grand County. I mean, do you know about it? Do you want to tell us about that, Green Eyes? If you know Picnic at Hanging Rock. Yes, Joe. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm not the only one that's felt it, but yeah, it's just a bit of a tingly, not unpleasant, but a little unnerving, shall we say, especially on an overcast day when the sun's not out. And oh, there's a book and series on it, right? Oh well, I'll have a look at that then, if you're recommending it. Thank you. So yeah, going back to with the missing 411. One of the stories that I watched, and I'll just go through a very short one. There was one of them, and again, I'm just going to give a very brief overview, because I don't know the exact ages or what have you. but there was, or exactly where it was, but in America, at one of the national parks, there was a grandfather and his granddaughter, who I don't think was a little granddaughter, I think, you know, in her teens. And they'd gone out on this walk in a group, and they weren't all together. They were, you know, it was a random group of people, and they'd all gone out and they'd gone to this viewpoint, and there was an elderly gentleman sitting on, having a rest after this hike up there, sitting on I think he was sitting on a rock or a tree. And the granddaughter said to the grandfather, I just want to go over to the edge. And I think there was a lake or something that you could look down on. They were quite high up, but they could look down over this lake, and it was quite picturesque. And I think this is where the old fella who wasn't connected with them was sitting having a rest, just looking out over this water or valley or whatever it was. So the granddad had said, yeah, no problem. And she literally walked, I'm going to say 20 yards. So she walked away from the grandfather, past this old fella who's sitting down having a rest, and just walked slightly out of view. And that's where the edge was, slightly out of view. And when the walking party was getting ready to move, which was just a couple of minutes later, the grandfather walked over to get his granddaughter, and she is nowhere to be seen. They hadn't heard a scream, a shout. She hadn't fallen. I think she'd gone to a tree. She was going to actually climb this tree so she could just get a better vantage point for her photographs. No sign of her. And I might be getting this wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the other old fella who was there had said he'd seen her climb the tree, but she'd never come back down again. So what the hell happened there? What the hell happened there? I've listened to a story with one lady who said that, excuse me, she'd actually been out and witnessed what she could only describe as, if anyone's seen the Predator films, you know, where before you actually see the predator itself, when it's cloaking itself and it's up in the trees or what have you, you kind of get a bit of a shimmering effect, but you can't see it. And this lady actually witnessed something like this, which is a shimmering type of thing, bouncing from tree to tree and getting larger, and getting absolutely panicked and ran in the opposite direction as you would. What's that? You know, what is that? What could that be? Could that just be, you know, refraction of light that she's just, you know, if it's been damp foliage, could it have just been the light bouncing off raindrops or something? You know, it's very weird. And another thing with the missing 411 as well is hunters. You know, hunters going missing. You know, and these are people who are outdoorsmen. They're very experienced. They're used to carrying weapons. They are not scaredy cats by any stretch of the imagination. They know that there is a procedure if they're separated from their party. Pardon me. And yet they vanish. And there was, just like my fag again, excuse me. There was another case that he covered, which was a big hunting party went out, mixed age groups, you know, fathers and sons. And some of these fathers were getting on a bit, you know, 70, 80 years old or what have you. Some in ill health, and all the younger guys, the sons, grandsons, made it a big guys' day out. And what they decided to do was that the younger and more able-bodied would go up the mountain and drive the deer down. Oh, Joe, yeah, it is, isn't it? It's fascinating. If anybody hasn't seen that, the Missing 411, The Hunted, it's really good. So they went up the other side of the forest to then drive the deer down from the top of the mountain. And they said that it was going to take, you know, a couple of hours to do it. So what they did was, the older fellas, or, you know, if they were in great health, they set them all on tree stumps or logs along in a line with maybe, I think it was about 12 foot or so, Joe, between them. They were all within viewing distance of each other and definitely within shouting distance if anybody, had fell ill or there was an issue. And they were all armed and they were all experienced hunters. So they're all sitting in this row, waiting over the next couple of hours for the younger fellas to start driving the deer down, which they did, and when this deer drive had finished and they were all sorted, they realised that this one guy wasn't there anymore and he'd gone. And they found, I think they found a candy bar wrapper or something where he'd obviously been having a snack, and there was no sign of him. His gun wasn't there. Because they had whistles and things, nothing, just gone, vanished. And they were out searching. They got the park rangers in, the police were in. And another thing as well, which I think happened with this as well, which David Paulides has also highlighted, is that when these are occurring, the FBI are actually showing up. And he said they don't show up for missing people. Yeah, maybe missing or potentially kidnapped children, but they don't just show up for, say, a missing hiker or a missing hunter. And their appearances are always fitted in with these particular disappearances. So yeah, so these are the type of disappearances that are occurring. And the other thing as well, another similarity is that when these people, if they're found, because some of them are never found, if they're found, and if they're found alive, they have no, and there's not that many, they have no recollection of what's happened to them. The last thing they tend to remember is the people that they were with. And these people are going missing. You say, for example, we're walking along a track and we'll have, let's say, Voodoo Queen is in front of me and I'm dawdling. I don't walk as quick as her because she's taller than I am. So she's walking a little quicker and we've got a gap of maybe 10 feet between us. And then there's me, and then there's Green Eyes behind me with probably the similar type of gap, maybe 10 feet. And Bedtime Clown is behind Green Eyes with the same gap. And we're going round a little track and we're going round bend after bend after bend, and we're just taking our time and we're enjoying ourselves. And when we finally get to the straight bit, Voodoo looks round and I'm not there anymore. And Green Eyes, who's only been 10 feet behind me, is the next person to come up, and Bedtime behind her. And I'm not there. And nobody's heard anything. So there's been Voodoo 10 foot in front of me and Green Eyes 10 foot behind me and Bedtime 20 feet behind me. And nobody has seen me go, has heard me go. There's been no sound of anything going through the undergrowth. So this kind of gets rid of the argument of there being a wild animal attack, like a bear's come rushing out, or and these are the kind of disappearances that occur. So say I'm found alive, the last thing I'll remember is walking up this track and looking at the back of Voodoo Queen's head. And I could be missing for 2 weeks or 2 days, and I have no recollection. And it's the same with the children. Another similarity is that these people are, I'll say for the majority of the time, I don't want to say all the time in case I've got that wrong, but for the majority of the time, they're also found without shoes on. And sometimes this has been in the depths of winter, or it has been, say, a 2-year-old child who is found 20 miles away, who would have had to walk over a gravel field. So, and you know what that's like. That's going to cut your feet to shreds, or slate even, a field of slate, but is found with no feet injuries and no shoes on. And there was one little boy had been found. This guy was found alive. I mean, he's a grown boy now, but he doesn't remember anything about it. But he was found, and his clothing was all on him inside out. And the same thing happened to a little boy whose body, I think his body was found, and he was found with his clothing inside out. and his shoes had been removed. I think they were on the wrong feet, but he was too little. He didn't know how to do his own food, his own shoes up. So yeah, these are all very, very strange things. Sometimes they're found where they'll have been missing for quite a long time if they're found deceased. And you would expect to find them emaciated or what have you, or, you know, with if it's a man, say days and days and days worth of beard growth on his face, and they're not. They're found in good health, hydrated, well nourished, clean shaven. It's very, very strange, and I have got no explanation or even thoughts on what this could be. I'm just going to have a look back in chat while I've been rattling along. So has anyone seen the videos on YouTube of that missing hiker, Kenny? Is it Kenny Weech and the M Cave mystery? I've not, Sheila. I don't know about that one. That would be really interesting. If you, and then what have you put? I see that often, almost a few times a month. That shimmer effect. It's like looking through water. I went to the optician about it. My eyes are fine, but could be a thyroid symptom. Right, okay. Oh, so that's like that lady who said she saw something bouncing around the trees. Probably just a refraction of light, but I'm not against the concept of portals between worlds, especially in wild natural places. Yeah, that's right, Lady Witch. And I think that's the way a lot of people are leaning towards, especially one we mentioned the other night, where that guy, that park ranger said that there was a shimmering, like a sheet in front of him, a vertical sheet that was in the path, that when he put his hand through, his hand vanished. And do you know, the best way I thought about it was, did anybody used to watch Stargate, the series? And when they were actually going through the Stargate, and it was kind of watery, shimmery, but you went through and you disappeared. That's the kind of thing I had in my head, that maybe it was. So yeah, let's have a look what Sharon's put. Items are found laid out, bones nearby, unexplainable. Yeah, it's all really strange. A man has gone missing down the coast near water, still not found. Yeah, water's involved a lot of the times as well, isn't it? Foraging for mushrooms. Yeah, and I've heard about in America, in the national parks, a lot of these disappearances happen around berry season, when people are going picking berries. Oh, hi Voodoo, welcome back. I hope that you kicked some employees' asses or colleagues' asses. So yeah, it's very, very strange. Oh, pour one for me, Green Eyes. Although I think I'm tempted to have another fucking co-workers. Not a problem. We're just here chatting all things weird and wonderful. Voodoo. We've done Dogmen. We've just been talking about missing 411. We covered my demon, which you heard. So yeah, it's just we're just having a general all-round chat. We've been talking about boulder fields and the energies that you feel from them. Joe was explaining stuff about that. But yeah, I do really, really want to hear about, just I'm hinting again, about Lady Witch's Dogman story. That would be great. I mean, I don't know, does anybody want to come up and have a chat about anything? Gosh, I can't believe I've been on here 2.5 hours already. That's gone quick. Maybe not for you lot, but it has for me. What I can do is, if I just get my notes together, is, let me just find it. I was writing some notes because I was going to try and I was just going to explain a little about the rune stones and this is it's not going into depth about them, but it's just a little bit. It's one of the legends, which I said that I would kind of share. And I was writing some stuff out before, so I remembered what to say, and now I can't find my notes. So I'm sorry, just bear with me a second. Oh, I've just noticed what you've put, Frida. I love Stargate. You know what? Do you know who I used to love on that? Richard Dean Anderson. I mean, he doesn't look the same now. He's obviously he's a lot older, and he's a little bit portly, shall we say. But oh my God, I loved him in that because he was really cheeky. He just didn't care, did he? I thought he was ace. I would have. I wouldn't have kicked him out of bed for dropping crumbs in the sheets. So, let me just... I'm just going to find my notes on this. Oh gosh, you can tell I don't use notes on my... Oh, Richard, yes, Lady Witch. He really was, wasn't he? God, I'm being so rubbish. So, well, I'm probably going to get it. I'm probably going to get it slightly wrong, and I'll miss something out. However, so basically, excuse me, you'll all heard of. Everybody's heard of the Fates, and in Norse mythology, they're called the Norns, or the Three Spinners, because they they spin out the thread of life. So one would spin, basically, your Norns, the three spinners, and they determine your life, how long you're going to live. So you'd have one of the Norns would spin out the thread, and the other would measure its length, and then the third one would decide at what point the thread would be snapped. So that's just a little bit of a background on who the Norns were, or the three spinners. So it depends where you come from. Some of us say the Norns, some of us say the three spinners. I tend to say the spinners, but each to their own. None of it's wrong, none of it's right. Now, as far as the runes go, so the Norns, they lived in a pool at the base of the tree of the world, which was Yggdrasil, and they dwelt in the depths of this pool, and they kind of forecast destinies and yeah, but basically destiny of the world and everything in it. And this is where the runes came from, and they carved these runes into the bark of the trunk of Yggdrasil. So Lord Odin had seen from up on high, that because Lord Odin, one of his great quests through life was for wisdom. He would be prepared to give everything up, even his eye, in the search for wisdom and knowledge. So he decided that he wanted to understand and have the runes revealed to him. And in order to do this, he had to offer up something of himself. So he hung upside down from Yggdrasil. He pierced himself with a spear, and this is the sacrifice of blood. And for 9 days and 9 nights, and he was, as the legends go, he was hovering at that point between life and death for 9 days and 9 nights. And he hung upside down, staring into the depths of the pool and asking the runes to reveal themselves to him. And on the final night, the runes did show themselves to him, and he gathered them up and he gave out. And if you've ever heard of the scream of Odin, this was his triumphant scream. You know, it's like, yes, but obviously more Viking than that. And he gave this scream out, and then he took away the runes. Now, one of the things was that, or one of the things that I was told, and growing up by my family, you know, dad, grandfather, grandmother, what have you, telling stories on aunties and uncles, is that he used the blood from his spear wound, where he'd pierced himself with a spear, to actually make the marks of the runes. And so there's a lot of misconceptions. Sometimes people say that Odin invented the runes. No, he discovered the runes for, you know, to take away and learn the knowledge, but he didn't invent them. You know, they were there from the Norns and the spinners. They were the ones who put them there. So and the thing is that the runes were not used for divination until much later than they were actually used as a way of inscription. You know, you would inscribe rune stones for famous Vikings, for a battle, in honor of something, but they weren't actually used as a guidance or divination tool until much later. And if I may have got this wrong, but I'm feeling like saying the Middle Ages, you know, maybe 14, 1500s. So it's a fairly new concept. I mean, the way of divination was, you know, possibly, I'm not saying nobody used them for divination, but they weren't, it wasn't the way that they were commonly or popularly used. You know, some people would throw the bones, some people would use the signs of animals, you know, the way if a bird appeared, that could be a sign. If a snake slithered in a certain direction, if ants were running in a certain, you know, it was all different things. They used a lot of nature's messages in order to see what they should do or where they should go. What's Lisa said? I have runes, but have no idea how to use them. Well, excuse me. I only use the runes as to clarify something, and the way I was taught to use them and told to use them, and the way I've seen relatives using them has been to answer a question, but they don't give an answer. If this makes any sense, they will give you a suggestion. They and it's usually to a problem. Like if I cast the runes, I will sometimes throw them. I don't pick them out. I don't do a spread. I just go in the bag. I'll rattle my hand around in the bag until it feels comfortable, and then I pick out without looking whichever runes they are. And you're supposed to, excuse me, cast them, or just I throw them down onto a white sheet. And if I don't do it on a white sheet, it will be on the bare earth. So, but that's just how I do them, and how I was taught to do them. So, and then if, say, I have pulled 5 out, for example, and 3 of them are lying face down and 2 of them are face up, those 2 that are face up are, the way that I will interpret that is, they are relating to the main problems that I have. The ones that are face down are problems that I've got, but they're not that important, so I don't really need to look at those at the moment. The 2 that are looking up to me, they're the ones that I would be best to focus on. And so you have no idea what the symbols mean. I can help you with that sometime. I mean, I'm presuming it's probably the Elder Futhark, so they're all the old, the ancient runes. I mean, I wanted to get 2 runes tattooed on my inner wrist on my left my left arm. But I think I'd probably be getting attacked because some of the runes that I want, which are protection runes, were runes that were also kind of used a little bit to a certain extent and changed ever so slightly, but they were some of the runes that were adopted by neo-Nazis and the Nazi Party back in pre-World War II Germany. So if I were to get one of these, I think that people who were uneducated would probably think that it was a Nazi symbol when it wasn't. I'm not talking about the swastika. There's the Udal rune, the rune of Odin, and Othala, or Tyr, or what have you. So I think basically, Mrs. Mercury, is because they don't give you're not given answers. This is why they're not a means of looking at the future and some of the meanings of the runes. What I'll do is I'll get I'll actually get my act together and do it properly and just dedicate a couple of hours one night to just going through the runes and going through what each mean, and how you pronounce the names and what they're linked to, because there are links. So I think that oh gosh, hang on a second, Voodoo Queen, 7 of Spears was for work. No, what currently at the moment? Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh well, I'm glad it actually is resonating for you there then, Voodoo. So yeah, sorry, going back to what Mrs. Mercury was saying about them being dark. I think it's just because of each of the meanings and how they present themselves. It's not like, when I did the reading and I pulled out trying to think, Mrs. Mercury was, yours was the wish, the star card, wasn't it? Spot on. Oh well, don't apologize for interrupting. I'm quite happy because I hate feeling like I've Billy bullshitted. Because you do see sometimes you get people who are reading cards and it's just like Lady Witch said, 60-year-old people being told that they're about to imminently get pregnant. I won't do that, obviously, but you sometimes think, it's meaning something to me and it's coming out in the card, so it's definitely linked. But when you can't link what you're experiencing to it, I feel like a bit of a failure then. So no, please interrupt all you want. I don't mind. If that's meant something and it's actually applicable, then I'm really happy. Yeah, Mrs. Mercury, I'm happy to do that. Maybe I can sort something out for before Christmas Eve, or in between Christmas and New Year, depending when people are free. It'll just give me time to get something together and show you how I do it. So yeah, so like I was saying, with the card that you had, which was the star card, I can tell you what that means, as I did do, and Lady Witch can tell you, and other people that read tarot, they can tell you what it means. It's a definite meaning there, and it's great, and it's happy, and it's, well, the runes aren't that straightforward. I wouldn't pull a rune over and go, oh yeah, this is absolutely amazing, everything's going to go wonderfully for you. They aren't like that. So that's the difference, and that's why in a certain way they can be slightly darker, because I use them to look at problem solving or to help get me out of a rut. So yeah, I think, yeah, that's definitely what we'll do. We'll have a rune evening. I probably can't spin it out longer than 2 hours. Then again, I didn't think I was going to spin this out longer than an hour, but my God, here we are at 2 hours and 39, because I like chewing the fat. If anybody wants the link, you know, please let me know. In fact, I'll drop it anyway, and if any of you want it, you can hit it. So, guests. So let me pop this up. Here she goes, the Martian again. Yeah, so hopefully any second the link should appear. So honestly, if anybody at all wants to come up, you don't have to have anything interesting to say. You can just come up and shoot the shit. Or if you want to come up and ask questions or tell a joke. I don't know if Denny's still around, babe, but yeah, if you've got any more great jokes to tell. You know, as all, I mean, it's a bit difficult because I know Voodoo and Bedtime are working, but if you weren't, you're very welcome to hit the link and bob on up. Sheila, Lady Witch, anybody at all, Frida, you're all absolutely welcome. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I just think we've just, we just need to come in place. This is why I like going in with Bedtime and Voodoo. You know, it's nice people, and you can have a chat about everything, and you know, you're not told, oh no, we're not talking about that. You know, it's open mic. Everything and anything is welcome to be discussed, and my opinion isn't correct. It's just my opinion. So if you disagree with me, that's absolutely fine. Your opinion is just as valid. You know, and everybody's welcome in here, as we said, until you're not. Who was who? Sorry, I was going to say who was Mom before? Because that was Mum. I didn't recognise that account, or was it somebody who I do know who's changed the name, or was it Mummy Rat who changed the name? I honestly don't know. Did you notice the Star World and High Priestess that we spoke about in the comments? They came out in your readings on the live. Yes, I couldn't believe that, because, and I did bring you up about that, Sharon, where I said I'd been talking to Sharon this morning and saying I really love it when these cards come up. Right, what's Mrs. Mercury said? I did a bit of YouTubing after talking about Middle Earth. Apparently Hitler was into it as well as the occult. Yeah, he was. He was very into the occult. Maybe not so much him. I think I don't know. I'm not an expert by any stretch. The impression I get was there were more of his head honchos were into the occult that kind of led him down that path. I think he was very into Germanic folklore, you know, and that side of things, which then will lead you, if somebody is really into the folklore and the legends and the history, and you know, he was proud in the the Germanic people as a race, and he was trying to reinvigorate that narrative. And then if somebody would then come along and say, oh well, you know, this will happen, and with that whole occult side of things, it's very easy to be swayed along that path, isn't it? Or to fall very easily into that path. So yeah, I think that's where Hitler's fascination came from. I think that was more being introduced to it, not led, introduced to it. So I mean, we were talking about, I can't remember if this was me and Le Boyfriend, or if we were talking about this on Bedtime's Live. I really can't remember, but about these trains that apparently have all the Nazi wealth hidden in them, that they think, have gone, you know, they're in these dead-end underground railway tunnels that were basically sealed off and hidden from the outside world, and I think one of them is in Poland, and I cannot remember who I was talking about this with. Let's just see. Fascinating subject, a few books on it. Lady Witch, come up and tell your story, Frida. Yes, Frida, I agree with that. I think we'd all love to hear Lady Witch's story, but you know, no pressure, because not everybody wants to be like me and talk cack. Yes, Sharon, I think in Poland, I think they'd gone across the border. I'm sure it was Poland. And yeah, that there's a group of people. There's something on YouTube. I need to search that out as well. And where people are going looking for I think it's called something like the Lost Nazi Treasures. And it's these trains. I bet if you Google it or look it up on YouTube, there'll be something on there. And yeah, they're looking at the shapes. If you're looking from the ground now, and obviously you're going back 70 years, looking at what would appear to be hidden tunnels under the ground in the cities, which they are thinking linked to these old train tunnels, and they think this is where the Nazi wealth is hidden. Because, you know, most of it wasn't found. There's artwork, there's the Nazi gold, millions and millions of gold. Yes, that's right, Sheila, lost gold of the Nazis. Yeah. Oh, Mom disappeared. Yeah, I don't know who that was, but you know, it could have just been somebody who wanted to come in and tell us that Natasha's got no shoulders. Or it could just be somebody listening, you know, because we don't forget, we all know each other, don't we? So, and I think when it's a group of people having a bit of a laugh and taking the mickey out of each other and other things, sometimes it's easier just to listen in, isn't it? Maybe throw an odd comment in, but not quite join in. So yeah, it could be somebody who's listening and just wanted to say something. So yeah, but it's fine. If you're still there, feel free to come back in. Was this Edward Bird what you were talking about last night? Was it finding the people in Antarctica, or finding a hole in Antarctica, Green Eyes? I know, Voodoo Queen, can you imagine that if you found that gold? I mean, what would that be a case of? Would it be finders keepers? Would it be treated as treasure trove like they do over here if you find any artifacts? Yeah, Green Eyes, I'm going to definitely look into that, definitely. But yeah, it'd be quite interesting, because I would guess that most of this plundered wealth, well, you know, the people they plundered it from aren't around anymore, you know, to prove that that was theirs. You know, any surviving relatives probably don't even know about it, or if they did, it would just be word of mouth and there wouldn't be any evidence to back it up. So yeah, I agree. I think it should go back to proper ownership, but how do you prove that? You know, would it be given in reparation maybe to an organisation or a government? It's very hard. I mean, I suppose it's one of those mysteries or one of those conundrums we're never actually going to have to face, because unless the cash is found, it's a moot point, isn't it? Yeah, I don't think a government should get it, but you know what governments are like. Little fat fingers in little fat pies. So yeah, I heard that the Vatican has a lot of treasures in the vaults. Yes, yes. And also with the fact, because obviously a lot of you will know that I was raised a Catholic Catholic till the day you die. Obviously, I have gone down a pagan pathway now, but you never forget. And I remember, I don't know if there are any other Catholics in the chat, but there was Our Lady of Fatima, who was supposed to have revealed secrets to the children that she appeared to. And apparently, those, is it 2 or 3 secrets are held by the Vatican, and they won't release them. So it's funny things like that, isn't it? And I think even I heard mention, I don't know whether it's true or not, that some of the, what do you call them? The visions of Nostradamus, that they have, that they have these visions under wraps in there. What's voodoo put? I converted to Catholic. Piece of cake compared to the church I was raised in. Oh, wow. For anybody to say Catholicism is an easy religion. I'd love to know more about the time machine that's supposedly in the Vatican. Mrs. Mercury, I heard about that. I heard about that from somebody in a live chat. I was just listening in about the time machine, and then was it you that brought it up in one of Bam's chats, and we kind of hit on it but didn't, and then went on to another subject? The only problem is, could you trust people to use a time machine and not interfere with anything? Because, it's like the ripple effect, isn't it? Could me picking a flower in the past to bring home because it's extinct actually cancel out somebody's birth? Somebody of great importance. It's really strange. It's like, again, the question that people ask and say, if you went back in time, would you, okay, we've just been talking about Hitler, so we'll use him again. If you went back in a time machine to the time when Hitler was born and he was a 3-week-old baby, would you kill him? Because this is an innocent baby. Yeah, we know what happened in the future, but even what happened in the future, as horrific as it may or may not have been, I'm not just talking about, the Nazis now, I'm talking about in general, future, that still has molded the future we are living in now. I would love to go back in time and stop Richard III being murdered at Bosworth. I would love to sink Henry VII's ship, but then would England have looked the way that England looks? England could have ended up being French or Spanish. We could be speaking a completely different language. It's one of those things. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Does it mean it's right? Was your yes to popping off the baby Hitler, Voodoo Queen? I've just seen that. Oh, I'd definitely be interfering. I'd go back in time to ancient days, probably Egypt, but I wouldn't want to see the future. No, I wouldn't want to see the future, Sheila. Oh, you'd kill them. Yeah, yeah. Well, there's no right or wrong answer, is there? I probably would. It's really hard, isn't it? Knowing what bad people would do in the future. But at the time that we're talking, I would be looking at an innocent 3-week-old baby. And I still don't think I'd find it in myself. So it's very difficult. My friend has said she'd have no, and my friend is one of the most placid people on the planet. She's a real pacifist, but she went, oh God, yeah, I'd have no problem killing a baby if I knew it was going to turn into, a mass murderer. It's like a serial killer, isn't it? Could you do it? What's Frida saying? Yeah, the Egyptians so intelligent. What happened to their culture? Well, it's like the Sumerian culture, isn't it? What happened to them? You know what? The Sumerians, they reckon they were the first people to have ever produced a written language. And that was such an advanced civilization. I mean, so advanced. And I think to some extent more advanced than we were. We still haven't even scratched the surface of Sumeria. But what happened to them? And the Mayan culture as well. You know, that some of their buildings, you know, is it granite that they're made with, the stone anyway? It's so hard, and the dovetail, the stones dovetail into each other with such close, you know, the precision that makes these joins, that these huge stones fit into each other, could not have been made by what was available at the time, which were basically hand tools. They would have had to sit there and chip away and chip away. And people like Derek Van Daniken, and they've looked at things like this and said these cuts in brickwork, in granite, could only have been made with a laser. But we're talking thousands of years ago. There are things at, is it Tiwanaku? Tiwan, oh, I can't even say it. Sorry, I'm really sorry for butchering that language. That look like they may be water pipes, but they turn at funny angles. And he said the only things that these could have been would be conduits for wiring pipes, you know, maybe electricity pipes or so on. We're never going to know. Oh, I didn't know you were from the Stoke, Mrs. Mercury. I love that accent. My friend lives down there. What's this? There has been a newborn baby found dead in a freezer at Doncaster yesterday. Oh my goodness. Police suspect murder and 2 women have been arrested. Wow. Oh, that's awful. That's absolutely awful. Well, I'd love to get into the Vatican vaults as well. Did anybody watch which one? Oh, it was Angels and Demons, wasn't it? And Tom Hanks' character went down into that, he was granted access to the vaults because they were trying to find out about the Illuminati. And there were all those, you know, original writings by Leonardo da Vinci, and, you know, artwork and scrolls. And I mean, wow, what is held in there? It's amazing, absolutely amazing. They are Voodoo Queen, aren't they? Dan Brown books are brilliant. But yeah, can you imagine just being a blind eye being turned and you being let into the, you know, obviously not to steal anything. You know, you obviously have to submit to a full body search on your when you leave it. Oh my God, Mrs. Mercury, I'm so sorry. I thought, oh God, open mouth, insert foot. I thought you said Stoke. I'm so sorry, love. I thought you were saying that's where you came from. Oh, God. So I called Marie de Trois Marie de Twat the other night, and now I'm telling Mrs. Mercury that she comes from Stoke. God. Let's just admit it. There is a twat in the room, and it is me, nobody else. Well, they do hide a lot of secrets, Sharon. They do. Not all of them good ones either, but we'll leave that one there. The Tower of Babel, yeah. And the Garden of Eden, you know, people trying to find the Garden of Eden, and the Ark of the Covenant. I watched something and they reckon the Ark is in Ethiopia. And that was something I didn't realise about Ethiopia. I don't know why. I just presumed it was a Muslim country. And I was really, really shocked to find out that it's predominantly Christian. And they've got, you know, and they actually do pilgrimages at Christmas every year. You know, they walk, I think it's hundreds of miles they do a pilgrimage, and it's the whole family go, mothers, little babies, fathers, grandfathers. It's fascinating. I watched a really interesting program on that. Gilgamesh, Sharon, yeah. And again, Gilgamesh, and you read, if you get into those writings at any point, and a lot of those, the descriptions that they're using, it's very spaceman-esque and flying machine-esque, isn't it? Oh, is that who it was? Graham Hancock, right? Yeah, it's so fascinating. It's like Atlantis, though, isn't it? There's stories all around the world of that time period years ago, thousands of years ago, um, that have stories of an ancient and advanced and wealthy culture being swallowed by the sea. So it's another one of those stories. And I went on holiday to Santorini, Greek island, and it's a beautiful place. But basically, it's a big curved bay. It's got black sand, which is volcanic actually, and this huge bay. If you Google it and look at it, it's amazing. Um, it's a huge semicircle. It's massive, and it's actually the funnel of an extinct volcano that's now under the sea, which is where the black sands come from. And a lot of people have suggested that, could Santorini be Atlantis because of the descriptions about it and where it was, and so on. Yeah, that was very strange going there. But Atlantis supposedly is in the desert in Africa. Ah, right, okay. I've not watched that. Who's this, Mrs. Mercury? I broke a banister in the Vatican. I find it really weird the way all these intelligent cultures have disappeared. It is, Frida. It's very, very strange. Because some of the technology, there's that what is it? There's a book, I can't remember the name of it. Here I come again, half a job, Harry. There is a book that was found, and I think it was in somebody's private collection, and it's this strange language with strange illustrations on what look like plants and um, medicines and treatments and the suns and stuff. Everything's different, and it just definitely isn't of this world or of this modern world. And there's another thing which is a timepiece, isn't it? That was found, I think it was found on a boat. I'm feeling like I want to say Greece, but maybe not. And again, they have never ever been able to work out how this thing works. But they knew. You can know, thousands of years ago. Mrs. Mercury accidentally scratched a nun. Oh, you're going to hell in a handcart. I think that civilizations evolve and then the world resets and we start all over again. That's very probable, Sheila. That's very probable because how can we in this day and age with our we are intelligent and our technology still not be able to reproduce something that what we would consider would be an ancient barbaric even culture, but we can't reproduce their technology. That's it. Thank you, Green Eyes, Richard Structure. Yeah, so I mean, it took them years to work out just how to fashion a siege engine, didn't it? Oh, Green Eyes, I love you. That's it. I would have never been able to remember that, but I knew it was this mechanism that they've never been able to work out how it works. And also now, oh, I've got to try and remember. This is what happens. I think of things and then go to say it, and I haven't got all the details behind behind me. I'm gonna say it was in an Egyptian tomb, and Green Eyes, as you're the resident geek in the room, you can correct me if I'm wrong. They found something that actually looks like an alkaline battery. It was covered in corrosion, and when they've cleared it off, it actually looks like a heavily corroded battery. So, how many thousands of years ago is this? Let's say, for the sake of argument, at least 5. But they have something that appears to be a battery and working on the same principles with salt water and sand. Baghdad batteries, Sheila, there you go. Thank you. See, this is the difference. I just rattle things off without knowing the full facts and expect everybody else, whereas Bam comes in and she would have known all of that. Yeah, electricity and yeah, I just find it incredibly fascinating. And then there's the other thing as well, Oak Island. Has anybody heard about that? It's something else that has me fascinated. I'll just wait to see if somebody knows, because hopefully somebody knows a hell of a lot more about it than I do. But Oak Island and the Oak Island treasure. God, I'm kidding you not. It is so cold in my lounge tonight. I'm gonna act like an old granny now and put a shawl over my legs. Because the heating isn't touching it tonight. Oh, bedtime knows Oak Island. Yeah, and Green Eyes. Sharon, yeah, still going Oak Island. Now that fascinates me. That absolutely fascinates me. And there's all sorts of different stories, aren't there? That you've got the stories saying that it's people thinking it was the Knights Templar hiding the Holy Grail, and then there's stories that it could be pirates who have hidden the treasure. Oh yeah, there you go, Sheila. Thank you. Same as me. And didn't they recently find? Was it a Spanish coin? I think I know I watched something a while ago with those two guys who were currently working on Oak Island, and they found a chamber, didn't they? One of them went with diving equipment into a pool, and they'd found a tunnel to go down, and I'm sure that they came up with this coin, and it was like a golden, I think it was Spanish coin. Wonder how the hieroglyphics got down. Yeah, and also wasn't the Matin or something that was oh, bedtime. Yeah, he'll be able to chat in a few. Well, I hope you can come up bedtime and talk about Oak Island if you want to, because I love that story. Skinwalker Ranch. I don't know though. Mm, I believe in the Skinwalker. Now, Skinwalker Ranch, whatever. I mean, there have been a lot of cattle mutilations around there, though, haven't they? And there's that lady, I can never remember her first name. Is it Moulton Howe, Who, or whatever her name is? And she was in a program that I watched that was investigating the cattle mutilations. So I know things like that go on. Who owned it, Sharon? I don't know about who owned Skinwalker. Yeah, Green Eyes, there's something definitely wrong about it. I think Voodoo, don't worry, he did say the other night he was using the voice to text thing, so he'll be fine. I'm sure he's being safe. Yeah, Skinwalkers. I mean, if Joe's still in chat, she might be able to shed some light on this. Although I think, is it the Navajo people that have a lot of experience with Skinwalkers? So yeah, so I don't know. Thank you, Sharon, for finding the link. So yeah, I don't know who owned it before, but I know they've got a lot of there's a lot of scientists working there on different things, aren't there? Wasn't it? There were lights being seen in the sky, and then that's it, Linda Moulton Howe. Thank you, Mrs. Mercury. Thanks for that. Can never remember her first name. But yeah, I mean, she gets slated for her theories, but you know, you look at some of the cattle that she's found that have been mutilated, and it looks like there has been a laser used to cut. You know, sometimes it's the udders, sometimes it's anuses, sometimes it's genitalia, tongues being removed, an ear being removed, an eye. And I'd watched something that she was on, Mrs. Mercury, and there'd been a farmer who had walked from, I think there'd been a calf born, and he'd seen the calf, and he walked away to go and check on something else, and came back, and it was within, I'm going to say, half an hour. It wasn't, and the field is open, and when he came back, the calf was dead, and it had been mutilated in that way, and he had never seen or heard anyone come across his land. And again, there was no blood there either. There was no blood loss. Very strange. And that's in that area, from what I can remember. I think it's in the area. It isn't Skinwalker Ranch, but it's in the area of. And again, they were saying that there were lots of strange goings on, like lights in the skies and things. Yeah, all the blood drained out. I mean, how do you do that? How do you actually do that in the space of, say, half an hour in broad daylight, where there's no other access roads or what have you? It's like one way in, one way out, and there's no cover, and somebody's not far away. It just won't happen unless it could be, I don't know, other dimensional, interdimensional. So what Sheila put, what do people think about crop circles? I think some are really intricate and must have been witnesses if man-made. Yeah, and go from that. So some of these crop circles, they're made and they're huge. Some aren't, but some are absolutely huge and very intricate, as you say. And it's only revealed how intricate they are when you're above. So either picture taken by a drone, or somebody's flown over in a helicopter or a plane or what have you. And that then goes back to the Nazca Plains, doesn't it? Which most of you, or some of you at least, will have heard of, where on the plains at Nazca there are pictures that are drawn, and some of these are miles long. And there's like hummingbirds, there is a spider, there are things like, I think there's an anteater, and there are very straight lines that look as though they're landing strips. And what sold me on the Nazca lines was, oh, thanks, Sheila. Yeah, you've seen it as well. And what fascinated me about those drawings at Nazca was one of them is like a spider, and the look in this particular spider, and it's got a little funny bit on one of its legs. And somebody who was I'm going to say they were a scientist who specializes in kind of entomology and bugs and spiders, and you know and name it, this person is an expert on. This particular spider that had been drawn on the plains at Nazca, this little thing that was on its leg, the guy said, that is actually correct. It's anatomically correct for that particular breed of spider. However, that little lip on that leg, I think it was something to do with mating. I don't know whether it's a mating ritual thing. He said, is only visible by, and it was this X times really powerful microscope. It is never, nor has it ever been, visible to the naked eye. So how did those people who lived so many thousands of years ago manage to completely replicate a part of a spider's anatomy that they would have not been able to see unless they had one of these incredibly high-powered microscopes, which apparently they didn't have way back when and back in the day? Oh, what's a missed here? Lots of people's opinions become facts. Let me go back. You have to be careful of things you read on the net. The Turin shroud comes to mind. I don't know what we're talking about. What about the Turin shroud? Do you think it's a hoax, that one? That's one I actually believe in. Oh, Shem, they've just found a new one that looks like a turtle on the Nazca Plains. Wow. Yeah, you're right. Lots of people's opinions become fact. Yeah, that's it. That's why if you're throwing one out there, it's like, in my opinion. I would hate somebody to take something that I've said as fact when it is actually only my opinion. I'm probably wrong. Yeah, the Turin shroud. Yeah, I believe it's genuine. Again, my opinion. And I think it was. I'm sorry about this. There is a dog barking outside, and I would not be surprised if Cooper sets off, but surprisingly he hasn't. Right, that was a close call. Yeah, with the Turin shroud, there was that guy who was. Oh, we've got another bot in. Hello, Lily Burke, whoever you are. Goodbye. You're about to be swatted. With the Turin shroud, there was a guy who was trying to. Was he an artist who wanted to recreate the face of Jesus? And yeah, so Sheila's saying the shroud's real, but whether it's Jesus is another thing, but it's been dated to the time of Christ. Okay. Now then, did you watch Sheila, I think it was called oh God, what did they call it? Was it called the God's Blueprint? I think it was called. something like that, and I'll have to look it up. Because when they tried to take, I think, to do a 3D image, and obviously from a flat surface, if you have got, there'll be slight curvature, but it's never going to look accurate, is it? And when they tried to rebuild using a computer program, rebuild this face, which should not have worked, it came out absolutely perfectly. And they said that this was the particular blueprint that was in the shroud, and it was based on the light and the dark and the blood and the sweat and everything else. And this should not have been physically possible to reproduce. And I'm sure, I might be wrong, so don't quote me, but I'm sure they were calling it God's blueprint. That's really interesting if you can look that up. Let's have a little look what everybody's saying. Sheila, look at how many subjects we're covering tonight. Brilliant. Just shows that we all have inquiring, intelligent minds. Thank you, Frida. And yes, it does. We all like having, we like looking at different topics, different subjects. I love hearing what other people think. Like Sheila, they've now built a sculpture from the image. It's oh gosh, it's as we imagine Christ to look. Yes, they were apparently groups of people secretly did them, but some were impossible in the time frame. Yeah, with the crop circles, right, back with you on that one. Yeah, I mean, I love discussing anything like this because I'll have opinions, as we all will, and then someone will say something. I think, God, I didn't think about that. Never thought of that for a second. And yeah, the thing about how Christ would have looked. I mean, there was one that was done. Oh my God, it was awful to watch. It was on YouTube for quite a while, and it's been taken down now. Now I don't know whether that was through a copyright or what have you. But the guy was they were going through, and again they were doing a computerized reconstruction, and they were mapping out the where the blood stains were and what they correlated to, and where the injuries were on front and back of the figure on the shroud. And when they actually put colour to it and tried to recreate, the figure. I mean, this wasn't this is definitely what he looked like. This was as near as damn it they could get. I remember the artist who had been helping to do this. He was just in shock. He wasn't a religious man. He wasn't a Catholic either. And I just remember him having his hand on his face, kind of over his mouth, shaking his head in disbelief and saying, the agonies that this person suffered, the tortures, you can't even begin to imagine what this person had gone through. And when I looked at it, and it made me feel sick. The fact that anybody could be put through that kind of torture just because they broke a law, upset somebody, pissed off the wrong religion, whatever it was. And that's another thing as well, which is why I have only ever watched the Passion of the Christ by, the Mel Gibson movie. I've only watched it once. I will never watch it again. That was about as true to life as the scourging and the crucifixion would have been. And it really messed my head up. It gave me nightmares. I just couldn't settle for weeks after watching that. I've just had a bit of a flashback to that. It was really bad. There was so much blood loss, and trauma to the skin, and yeah. Oh, did you watch it as well, Voodoo? Yeah, it was. Do you know which? Oh God, I don't want to trigger anybody, and I'm not going to go into graphic detail. It was the scourging, when the Romans were beating him and got carried away, shall we say. That is probably the most horrific thing I have ever seen in my life. I never want to see that again. And obviously, I'd watched that film prior to watching this reconstruction where they were trying to see which injuries that the person, I will say the person, I'm not going to say Christ because, we've never 100% been proved, but just when they were trying to reconstruct the injuries, and then all that came flashing back into my brain was that, and I thought, no. Yeah, you're right, Voodoo, the walk. I actually made myself watch it because I thought, at the time, I hadn't given up fully on the Catholic Church, and I was thinking, this is about Jesus. I need to watch this. If he could endure it, then I can endure to watch it. And oh no, it made me sick to my stomach. It upset me. It traumatized me. Dreadful. Oh, it's one of your favourite films, is it, Mrs. Mercury? Don't get me wrong. I think the quality of the film was unreal. It was amazing, and James, what's his name, Caviezel, who played Jesus. I think he's a phenomenal actor. He actually said he gave a talk. It was because he is a Catholic. He's very religious. I think he's a great guy. I loved listening to. He gave an interview and he said he won't do any love scenes with anybody in any films because it's out of respect for his wife. But on this, he was giving a talk. I think it was to a Catholic group, and he said he almost died making that. He ended up with pneumonia. I think he'd got broken ribs, and it was during the crucifixion scene, and he actually had pneumonia. And he said, I was dying. I was dying. And again, same type of thing as I've just said, but obviously far better. Yeah, the interview was brilliant, wasn't it, Sharon? That, all he was thinking of was, I'm hanging up here, I'm dying. But if Christ could suffer this for me, then I can suffer it to portray what he suffered. That type of thing. It's not verbatim, but that type of thing. Hi, Sam. Welcome in. Sam's just found us. We're all here. We're chit-chatting and talking about loads of things. We're currently talking about the Turin Shroud and the Passion of the Christ film. Oh, Sheila, absolutely. Have to give a shout out to The Life of Brian. I know that film back to front, upside down and standing on its head. I love it. I grew up, my mum and dad were massive Monty Python fans. I grew up with Python. Absolutely. I love the bit with the People's Front of Judea and the Judean People's Front, big nose and splitters, and and when he wants to be, the fighting for his right to want to be a woman. He can't have any children, but he has the right to have them if he wants them. So funny. Yes, Mrs. Mercury, he did get struck by lightning. He did. That was while he was on the cross as well, wasn't it? This is James Caviezel that we're talking about, not Brian, on the Life of Brian. Hey, Sharon, sorry, Sharon. Sam, if there's anything you'd particularly like to chat about, because it's just free for all, open panel if anybody wants to come up. We've just covered everything from the demon that is currently in my house, potential demon, and now we're talking about the Life of Brian and the Passion of the Christ. And we've talked about Dogmen, and we've talked about missing people in the national parks in America. I can't remember what else we've gone through, guys. We've just been talking loads. Oh yeah, Skinwalker Ranch, and I'm hoping that bedtime's going to come, and when he gets home from work, he'll find 5 minutes or so to come up and tell us about that. I don't know if anybody else in the UK, is it me or is it gone as cold as F tonight? I'm absolutely Baltic. Absolutely Baltic. I'm going to do it again and drop the link just in case anybody wants to grab it and come up. That should work, hopefully. Yes, there we go. I've lost my train of thought now. Can somebody remind me where I was? I've literally had a brain fart. I think, well, I'm just going to ask a question while we're waiting for bedtime to get home, and hopefully Voodoo can come and join us, and because she's finishing now for Christmas. Oh, Baba. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Mercury just mentioned Baba Vanga and Edgar Casey. I know about Baba Vanga. I don't know about Edgar Casey. Who's that one? Oh, yeah, please do bedtime. Oak Island. Sorry, I was saying Skinwalker Ranch. It's Oak Island. 3.5 hours. Oh, my God. Are you lot not bored shitless yet? Yeah, Baba Vanga was on a par with Nostradamus and Mother Shipton and so on, wasn't she? Oh, was it a YouTube link? Oh God, I'm going back into knob mode, aren't I? Oh, for God's sake. Invite a guest. Copy to clipboard. Got it. Oh, I told you, clown, I am a Martian. Right, there we go. Oh, so while we're waiting for Clown to come up, I think quite a few of you did you all listen to my guy singing when I dropped his I put his recording up from being very drunk at a karaoke. I was like a proud mother posting that. Oh, Sharon. Well, yeah, of course. Don't let us keep you up. I'm sorry you have to work tomorrow, though.
Hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear us tonight?
I can hear you. How is the audio on my end?
It's not great.
Okay, give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Got bedtime is going to have a few technical issues like last night. Oh, thanks, Sharon and Sheila and Voodoo. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I said, he was drunk on that. He'd had a skinful. He'd been on the beer all day, but my God, he can sing. He sings country like you wouldn't believe, and I really want to get him to sing Tennessee Whiskey because that's one of my favourite songs. I love it. I like Chris Stapleton. What's Mrs. Mercury put? Edgar Casey was known as the Sleeping Prophet. Oh, really? I've never heard of him. Great. Oh, hi, Simples. Welcome. Oh, great to see you in here. There's quite a few people hovering in the background. Lisa's been in Lady Witch, probably doing other things as well. Oh, thanks, Frieda. I'm glad you're not bored. And thanks, Mrs. Mercury. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Sheila. Sheila's comment, bless him. I'm so sorry, Clown. I don't mean to upset you because it's cool, but I just glanced up and thought you had a recorder and it was your beard. It's a wicked beard, though, isn't it? That's proper Viking. My dad has he's grown himself a bit of a beard. It's not on a par with bedtime clowns. He's got this look, and he started now putting what's it called in it? The beard ornaments. He's going full on Ragnar Lothbrok now, and he's putting beard ornaments. He had a spell. He dyed it purple once. But Dad's obviously his typical Viking. He's blonde. He's 70 now, and he's not gone white. He's blonde. It's going a bit more yellowy in his beard though. But my dad's got the typical ice blonde, same as my sister, same as my nieces and my nephews. They've all got white blonde hair. But yeah, he's started putting ornaments, silver ornaments in it, and making like 8 or 9 plaits in his beard, and then walking, and all the ornaments are clanking together again when he walks. I think he likes the sound. He sounds like jingle bells. That's Sheila put. I know. I just saw it really quickly. I had to adjust my eyes and focus. Oh no, bedtime won't mind about that at all. I'm pretty sure he won't. It's, us all in here, we all take the mick out of each other. But yeah, I could see where you got that from if you just glance at the screen really quickly. But yeah, I think it's great when when men, they've got a good old beard on them. Like I said, my dad's isn't on a par with that. No way. It's quite wispy and blonde. Well, it is blonde, but it's not a big, thick old bushy beard. So it's just these clanking bloody ornaments. I'm going to get him to shake his head at me on Christmas Day on via video link, just so I can laugh at him and go, "Yay, the reindeers are coming!" He dressed up as Santa once when we were kids. Oh, bedtime's coming back and just let him up. So he dressed up as Santa once when we were kids, and we were all excited. And he stubbed his, he couldn't see because of the beard, and he stubbed his toe on the door frame as he came in, and all we heard was Santa going, "Oh, for fuck's sake, me fucking toe!" Santa swore, and he shouldn't. Welcome bedtime.
Hey.
Oh,
is that even worse? Is that just as bad?
I can't hear you yet. Now I can hear you.
It's loads better.
No, it's perfect.
It's better.
It's fine.
No weird popping or chirping or anything. Okay,
Nope.
good. So, anyways, good. Well, I saw in the chat that Simple's Meerkat finally made it. That's good.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Been enjoying your show so far today. Yeah, don't worry about the 3.5 hours. We're all enjoying it.
Oh, that's good. So long as you are, because I didn't realize how long it had been.
It goes by quick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You don't even realize, and but you're holding an audience, and it's like you said earlier, we're all missing BAM, and we're all missing being together and being able to chat and stuff, and
yeah.
So it's time well spent, in my opinion. But enjoying the topics tonight.
Yeah, well, like I said, I did try to get structure, and that kind of went up the shitter, didn't it, really? But
yeah, well, I mean, you did right. You laid out a plan, and And even though you didn't necessarily have your note, I had a plan too. I had a plan to listen to the rest of the Kim Potter trial, but I saw you were going live, and I was like, well, oh, you know what? I was been taking notes all morning, work a little bit, listen to the defense and the prosecution, take some notes, back and forth. And then I was like, well, I'll either talk about what I can about it and we can do the rest later, or, I'm pretty sure the people I was listening to wouldn't mind if we streamed a little bit, if they even made it to closing arguments today. I don't know if they did. So, but
Yeah,
and just talk about that and then, whatever. So I'm not so worried about a plan. I am not a professional YouTuber. Clearly, I'm a welder. I work in a shop. I have a job.
well, me neither. I'm just flying by the seat of my pants. But yeah, I'm happy if as and when you do your live and we all bounce over to you, because I know nothing about that trial, so I'd be interested to hear about that with on your live.
Yeah, perfect. And you're more than welcome to come up. Anybody else too. I'll definitely post the link. But yeah, that and a little bit of gossip. Granny Fanny already let it out of the bag this morning.
Oh well, I don't watch that person, so I just don't watch any of them. So I rely on you guys to feed it back.
I don't watch her either, but I did watch that live. And I was going to tell you earlier. I don't know if you understood my comment to you this morning. I think the bots might have been just making the rounds this morning because your video. I got the notification for it. I mean, I was literally the first one to watch it, other than probably you, right? Yeah. And I watched it, and then I went to comment, and it was gone. I went back in my notifications, back in my history, it was gone. And I'm like, well, what the hell? And then a few minutes went by, and I saw it was back up again. So I went back to it, and, went through that whole rigmarole, and then I was able to comment. Well, I happened to go back to try to catch the very, very end of Space Monsters Live, and it was gone. But she was in the middle of playing music or about to play music when I turned it off to watch your video originally. So that's how I was like, I don't think it was necessarily, I think it was bots that did it. Like I said in the comment, though, unless she just died of embarrassment from being so, globally wrong about surviving the storms, being a mod in Natasha's chat. But anyway, I would be embarrassed, but I don't know. I think it might have been the bots.
Well, it's still sitting there. When I've gone into my channel, it's still saying copyright claim against it. But I thought, well, get lost. That is my boyfriend singing. It's not anybody else. It's not a famous singer, and I've gone onto someone's channel and pinched it. That is him. You can hear the noise in the pub at the time, and I mean it's very faint, but you can hear it just as he starts singing. And what else could they copyright claim me on? The music? Well, didn't play the original. It's a reproduction being sung. So. No, get lost. I've left it. I've not done any action with it.
Well, did you actually have to repost it, or did the video, or did it go back up on its own?
No, what I did was I only realized after, because I hadn't understood what you meant when I posted it. So I posted it, and then I noticed in my channel, and it said copyright claim, and I thought, shit, what? So I privated it. I made it private.
Okay.
And I thought, will it go off if I make it private? And it didn't. So I just made it public again. And I thought, sod it. It's not a copyright claim. Whatever. So it might end up getting removed. I don't know. But it's not, there's nothing on it that is copyrighted.
Yeah, I don't know. If I get on my channel and I sing and I play a song that is technically a copyrighted song, but there's nothing that says that I can't reproduce that song with my own version, right? Me playing it live on my guitar singing it with my voice. It'll be interesting to see if I do Wish You Were Here, or if I do Layla, or if I do, Blackbird, or something like that. It'll be interesting to see if I get a copyright claim on it.
Yeah. It's well, I think the only person that I know of who would probably ever, because apparently he's very good at it, is at getting people, because he doesn't. It's one of the most expensive songs apparently, as far as royalties go and being used, is Neil Young's Harvest Moon, which I heard that and I'm like, I've never heard that song. So I looked it up and I did play it, and yes, it is a lovely song, but it's not what I would have thought would have been in that caliber of, copywriting, and because it was used. Did you watch the film? Oh God, what's the one with John Krasinski and Emily Blunt? With the monsters that you can't.
Oh, I can't remember the title, but I have not seen that movie.
Yeah, A Quiet Place. It's actually a brilliant film, and I can recommend it. It's called A Quiet Place. They used that song in part in the film, and I remember John Krasinski saying it cost a fortune, because they did that film for about 60 grand, the whole film, and it's been one of the biggest grossing films ever. And he said, although we were running on a very, very small budget, that was the song we wanted to portray what was going on at that time, and they paid the royalties. And he was like, it was ridiculous amount of money. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm off on a tangent there.
No worries. So anyways, yeah, Oak Island.
Yes, please.
Fascinating concept, right? I mean, especially for a reality TV show. I watched, I'm not sure what season they're in now. They should be in like at least season 7 or 8, I would think, maybe 9. I haven't watched the last 2 seasons. But I was fascinated by all of these theories, because I thought they even had a theory that Vikings had come over and helped, or I don't know, stashed some loot and booty down below this thing. I will say what's always kind of frustrated me about that show is of course, I mean, it all costs money, right? I mean, is the lack of 3D modeling of how they believe this structure is built. You know what I mean? I mean, they would get all kinds of ground penetrating radar and LiDAR and this and that and the other, going down there and, maybe modeling a structure, or, when they built the sarcophagus, or I can't remember what they called it. Can't remember if they called it a sarcophagus, and they sent the big steel pipe that, went 150 feet, 200 down, feet down into the ground, and sent a diver down, and then they sent cameras down, and then they sent all of this technology that could map out what looked like the inside of a room at times and give you a 3D model, but is. Oh, I thought you were going to say something to me. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to say something to me. I'm sorry.
I'll just say quick good night to Sharon. Thanks, Lovey.
Sharon, good night. Have a good night. Good chatting with you.
Thanks for coming in, sweetheart.
But yeah, that's what always frustrated me about it. And plus, it's like they hardly ever found anything, and they would take 3 episodes to tell you that, well, we missed the corner of the tomb by, we just got the corner of it and got some wood. So, something is down there, they know, or they're very positive something is down there. I don't believe that Nova Scotia, with all of the loopholes that the Legeen brothers have to jump through to maintain, because I think they have to maintain like a yearly license from the Historical Society or something like that, to be able to keep, archaeologically digging in this spot, right? apparently Nova Scotia is really strict about that kind of thing, and they like never let it happen, but they made historical exceptions for the Legane brothers to do this. But it is a fascinating concept, and it's a fascinating story. And the stories of the backstories from the Americas of, you know, the slave, the former slave that bought land up there and, you know, lived on the island, and the how far back they can tie the I can't remember the other family. I know the father of one of the guys passed away in the last couple of years, I think maybe 3 years ago. I can't remember his name, but you know, their family lineage and how long all of that land has been in, you know, in their family's names. And, you know, like you said earlier, I think, yes, they did find a Spanish coin. They've I think recently they found a was it a small cross?
Oh, that's
I want to say,
that's ringing a bell. That
I think they found a small cross that dates back to, I don't know, maybe the 15 or 1600s, something around there, maybe even older. Of course, you know, over time they had the stones that have the not necessarily hieroglyphics, but it's like, you know, I don't know, some kind of ancient Roman writings on it, or has ancient Roman meaning and might have been, you know, carved into these stones, you know, dating as far back as like 1000 BC or something like that. And it's kind of like the significance of what would the point be in bringing this stuff to that island and then creating such a complex system. I mean, it's bizarre. It's a bizarre story, you know, because, you know, every time they drill a hole or they try to poke a hole in something, then whatever they're doing all of a sudden gets mysteriously flooded,
yes.
Right? And ruins the entire thing. So
yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, anybody even before this reality program was on, you know, we've all seen, or I presume you did, like me, had seen documentaries on this from way back. You know, people talking about the mystery of Oak Island and, you know, what people think were there and whatnot. And I remember one of the didn't they find now let me have a think, I've got to get this right. Wasn't there some kind of like papyrus or something? Weren't there matins that were made out of coconut husks or something that were in between these layers, or acting as cappings near these stones that were blocking off chambers? And I'm sure it was something like it was a plant anyway that wasn't on Oak Island. And yeah, like you say, it's all these different things that, why would you take these things to that location? And sometimes I've thought, is it a case of somebody, because they do it over here, they've done it on one of the programs, peppering a site with fines so it looks like there's more there than actually is. But when the archaeologists have looked at what's been found on these sites, they're from different eras and different areas that would have never, ever, for whatever reason, have all been found. And the levels that they were found at were completely wrong. And I've sometimes wondered, is that Oak Island, has it been peppered at some point by somebody?
Well, and you know, another question is, has the treasure already been found? You know, yeah. Are they just finding remnants of what used to be there? So that's a big issue too. I mean, you know, people can say what they want. I just saw a comment from Sheila. Yeah, it has got now like reality TV. You know, as we all know, a lot of reality TV isn't really reality, right? I mean,
yeah. For
many years, I loved the show Deadliest Catch on the Discovery Channel because it was the realist of the reality TV. I mean, you're just pardon the pun, you're just watching a bunch of seamen catch crabs. You know what I mean? I mean, there's really, other than advertising dollars for the Discovery Channel and the social media exposure, and thereby, you know, money that the captains and the deckhands could make as the show has evolved over the last 18 years or so. I mean, that's really it. There is no incentive to deceive or lie within the construct of that show. And I don't believe that there's that element with the Oak Island program. I mean, obviously some of those elements exist, right? The advertising dollars, the money making, and then for for Marty and his brother, the Leguines, I mean, they own, I don't know if it's just one or if it's a number of wineries. They're both very successful businessmen. They're in business for themselves. You know, I think the one brother pretty much dedicates 110% of his time to the treasure hunt itself. And the other one, although he's there most of the time as it's edited together in the show, I think he actually runs their family business. And it's a very successful business, and they make a lot of money outside of the endeavor, you know, there in on Oak Island. But again, I don't think there's any real practice to deceive in the way that other quote unquote reality programs are, you know, have the incentive to do. But you know, again, there must be something there that is Nova Scotia a state? It's not a state. Is it a province? I don't know how it works up there. You know, I don't know. Whatever it is, they must feel that it's a worthy or worthwhile endeavor, unless it's just a case of, like you said earlier, you know, fat little fingers and fat little pies. I don't know, but I mean, they certainly don't seem to. They certainly don't seem to treat their national treasure right that way, in my opinion. You know, but I think you're spot on about they have found some sort of papyrus that was there. They found a lot of materials that are not native. And then again, if it's just like a shipwreck or something like that, then, you know, why was it buried? Why was the island? Because they've also found evidence of manual excavation, right? And or what they think is evidence of manual excavation. So, you know, why go through all of that? You know, there either is something there or there isn't something there, or there was something there and it's not there anymore. You know, so
yeah, Sheila's just made. Sorry, she just interrupted slightly. Sheila's just made. She's saying, yeah, it was coconut matting.
Yeah.
But and this is a good point. But what if a ship landed from the Caribbean and the captain died and they just buried him in an old well and chucked a few goblets and swords down there, which happened, you know. But yeah, I'm with you. And why have they not mapped out all these particular chambers? Why have they not used radar, lidar, whatever? It's smacking of wanting to spin it out for as long as possible, for as much exposure as possible, and monetary gain in the fame sphere, shall we say, rather than actually finding a treasure. I don't know. Like you say, maybe one brother is more into the whole treasure hunt, where the other one is more into the fame side of thing. This is doing us for the family.
I don't know that they're doing it for fame necessarily. I really don't know. Who can really say what's in their hearts, right? I mean, they both seem like very, you know, humbled men to me. At least that's the way it's portrayed on television. I'm sure I cannot remember the other brother's name to save my life. He seems to be the skeptic of the two, the business, you know, the winery guy. And obviously, you know, a lot of business people are very kind of cutthroat, right? I mean, that's just the way business is. I just, if money is the motive, in the very general sense that we're talking, they do a good job at masking it. I'll say that. They do a good job at masking it, much like Deadliest Catch. It definitely, to me, seems to be more of the wholesome television shows that you can watch. It's kind of like it would sort of be like, well, we were talking about jackalopes earlier, and Lady Witch explained to you that it was basically a jackalope is a rabbit with that stood up on its hind legs, kind of like a kangaroo with antlers, and it was created by a man in the 30s, and it was folklore in this country for all of this time, and nobody talks about it anymore. I wasn't sure if you guys had heard about it, but I knew Witch was in the chat, and that's why I said, does anybody remember the jackalope? Because in the 80s and 90s, there were like tabloid newspaper ads about the jackalope. I think there was even if I remember right, there were late night infomercials where you could actually buy a supposed taxidermied jackalope, which is ironically how the whole thing started back in the 30s, right? And so, some reality television shows to me are the equivalent of dredging up this old urban legend and then spending a bunch of time running around, I don't know, the prairies and mountains and fields of Wyoming for a decade, filming people looking for this elusive jackalope. It doesn't even exist, I don't necessarily know that that's the case with Oak Island, but who knows? Who really knows?
Yeah, and again, you could go with that. You could just on the back of the jackalope, although I don't know, is with the whole Bigfoot thing, isn't it? If you look back at the what's the name of the two guys who filmed Betty? God, I've got a brain fart.
They're looking for the Yeti.
Yeah, the guys who filmed that the most famous of all the Bigfoot footage.
I can't remember.
Roger oh gosh. Anyway, but again, was that the biggest hoax in history?
Yeah.
It's one of those, because that was in the 1950s. And look, and it's still going strong and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But at the end of the day, it could have, I'm not saying it was, it could have been somebody in a very elaborate suit that has, propagated this urban legend that has now become factual to the point that some states have even got Bigfoot as a protected species,
Yeah.
Yeah. Who are we to say?
Well,
I can't remember the names.
And a little off topic, but I don't know what year it was. I know I read about this recently, but my memory is like yours. I'll 10 seconds later I'll forget. You can ask Voodoo Queen. I'm horrible. The Amityville Horror, right?
Oh, yeah.
They came out in, I want to say, sometime in the mid 2000s and said that was a hoax. Now, this came from the Lutz family themselves.
Yeah.
Now, I think her name was Cheryl Lutz. Cheryl and Ken Lutz, I think, were their names. And now they've been divorced for many years, and I don't know. And I think one of them may have even passed away from cancer, if not both of them. I'm not sure, but they've both been divorced for many years. Okay. And they've, in the 70s, late 70s, and throughout the 80s, they had done numerous interviews, whether together or with reporters, substantiating their own story that they originally told. I think it was in 1976.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if anybody's ever read Jay Anson's book, The Amityville Horror, which was written, I think, a year or maybe 2 years after that whole thing took place.
Yeah, I've read it.
Now, it's a terrifying book.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a very terrifying book. In fact, when you earlier were talking about, you were talking about the things that you and your man were going to do, or what he was telling you to do regarding the spirit and all of that. There was some of that stuff in that book, you know.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Not exactly to a T, but you know, just describing certain things getting moved in a certain way, clocking something so that you know that you set it a certain way. I mean, you could always just take pictures with your cell phone and know, right? Of course, you couldn't do that back then. Obviously, you know, some very, you know, well-known things about the paranormal, right? I mean, I don't know shit about the paranormal, but you know, a cold spot in a room that normally isn't like that, you know, is generally like a trigger to a response, or a response to a trigger, right? I've always associated with the possible presence of a spirit or an open window. I don't know. I'd have to go investigate. Sometimes I feel like it. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I know. Other times I don't. You know, I mean, it's just that way, right? But I can't remember if it was at the end of Jay Anson's book or if it was another book I read about it. About it, it may have been both. I can't, because it's been a long. I think I was 13, maybe 14 or 15 when I read those books. I mean, I was terrified. Yeah. It said at the end of it that one of the things that at the time, I guess, or somebody had told them, was that spirits can't follow, or is it called an incantation? What is it when even if it's a demonic spirit attaches itself to you? It's not a possession, but it's following you, right? I can't think of what the word is for that.
Attachment.
I'm sorry?
An attachment. An
attachment. Okay. So they were told by someone, I don't know by who, that this spirit, whatever, or demon, whatever it was, that it could not continue to attach itself to them if they traveled across water.
Right.
So they moved to the western side of the Mississippi River to get away from this thing.
Okay.
Now, them coming out and saying that this thing was a hoax, it makes me wonder. The reason it makes me wonder, I wonder if they're lying about it being a hoax. I wonder if they really did experience all the things that they experienced in that house. Because the priest that came in to bless the house, if I'm not mistaken, that stuff really did happen to that priest. Not the stuff that happened to him in the house, the stuff that happened to him after. There's and I can't remember exactly, but so for them to call it a hoax, and nobody really to bring up the priest and some of those goings on. You know what I mean? It's like, is it a hoax or is it not? You know, I could see them, especially after, the advent of the internet and all of that kind of stuff, and all of these paranormal shows and things like that. I could see them coming out individually saying, yeah, we made the whole thing up. Just to be left the fuck alone.
Yeah.
Because if I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please carry on.
No, I was going to say, the house itself still gets lots and lots of tourist traffic, just like the Watts house does, just like many famous murder places, Sharon Tate's old home, are good examples. I don't know of many more, but anyway,
background there, I could hear. I could hear her chuckling at some. Oh, she doesn't. She doesn't want Yati dingleberries for a gallery.
But
No, it's like you're talking about, claiming something to be a hoax just to be left alone. I mean, it's not the same. There are two cases, similar-ish. They're basically paranormal, possibly demonic, poltergeist, whatever. Why am I talking about this at night when I'm in this house on my own and I've got a pet demon? This is fucked up.
I'm sorry, dear. I apologize.
No, it's fine. No, it's me. I love it. And then I think after, I need to put all the lights on. There are two properties over here in the UK specifically. One of them, well, you may or may not have heard of either or neither of them. There's the Enfield poltergeist, which happened, I think, I'm going to say the 1970s. I think actually it was the 1970s for both of them. So you have the Enfield poltergeist, which was Enfield was Borough of London, and it involved, and it's very well documented. It hit the main press, the mainstream media covered this in the newspapers. Police officers witnessed the goings on. There were paranormal groups involved. There were photographs taken by I think it was the Daily Mail, I may be wrong, photographer. And these are all well documented. It's all over the internet as well, you can see. But that family did not want to discuss it. And it's only been maybe in the last 10 years, shall we say, that one of these daughters who was being possessed has actually started to talk about it. But they went from maybe being the age of 13, 14 to being in, I'm presuming she's in her 50s or her 60s now, maybe a bit older, never wanted to talk about it. And the other one is it's 30 East Drive in Pontefract. I can't remember the name of the family. That is now a haunted tourist attraction. You can pay to hire that house out. The person who owns it now is making a fortune because paranormal groups are in there all the time. But the original family who lived there have never, ever wanted to discuss it. And they made a movie on it called When the Lights Go Out. Now, the husband and wife, they ended up living in separate homes because he had such a horrific experience. The way he went, never wanted to speak about it. He remained there and again has never wanted to speak about it. So I can understand that whole, you're becoming a bit of like a sideshow, a freak show, really, aren't you, to the outside world? So, yeah, what better way to just cut that all off than say, nah, we lied. I'd rather be called a liar than be called a freak and followed round.
Well, right. And it's not as if they did anything illegal either, right? I mean, I don't know. I just trying to put myself in their shoes. And I think I remember reading that they're supposedly, whichever one of them is still alive, right? I think it's one of their children has said that one of the parents, it's been confirmed that they do have some on-tape interviews with, I can't remember who. They're the only known tapes of these interviews that are known to be in existence regarding this would have, of course, been way before they ever denied it. I don't know if this dates back to the early 80s or the late 80s, but there are no other known copies of these tapes. So hopefully one day, those tapes will get released. I don't believe that the denial does not come out of those tapes, right? But whichever parent it is the parent that's, it's either Ken or Cheryl, whichever one is still alive, supposedly has a few hours of these interview tapes. They may never see the light of day. Who knows? The Amityville Horror is one of those that I'm so stuck on because first off, it was one of the, other than Stephen King's It, when I was a kid, reading these books, even though I was terrified of horror movies, I would read the books, For some reason that mentally and spiritually, that just seems safer for me. And, but would ultimately give me the worst nightmares.
Mhm.
But I kind of lost my train of thought there. Amityville is the one that has really stuck with me because of the DeFeo murders,
Yes.
and the lore behind what drove Ronnie DeFeo Jr. to do what he did.
Yeah.
Um,
He was
and
he the one who was called Butch, wasn't he, as well? Was it Butch
did they
DeFeo?
call him? Did they
Yeah.
call him Butch?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they were calling him, because I always get confused when I hear his real name, and I'm like, oh, I'm sure,
Yeah.
Butch DeFeo. But yeah, I mean, that was messed up, wasn't it?
Well, and if you think about it too, he claimed in later years, well, he claimed it at trial, that the older sister, I think it was the older sister, helped him commit the murders.
Yes.
And I believe he said it again before he died. He died, I think 2 years ago, 3 years ago,
Yeah,
maybe.
it wasn't long ago. It was very recently.
Okay, yeah.
Simple's just mentioned one that killed me as well. She put, I saw The Exorcist when I was 13. I'm still scarred. Yeah. I saw that film. I probably was a similar age. My dad had it and I watched it, and it was a director's cut. And it's that flashing face, when you get the demon face come, and it's awful. It's like a white face with black eyes and a gaping maw for a mouth. That gave me I couldn't sleep. I slept with a light, I would say, for at least a year. And I was 13, 14. And that's based on a true story, isn't it? Although it was a boy in the real story. I think it was a boy, wasn't it, in the 1940s or 50s? Yeah, that was a scary one.
Yeah. You were talking about that, the Yeti and the Bigfoot earlier, and I listened to all of Natasha's stuff on the Dyatlov Pass, and it got my interest peaked, months ago when she did it, and it got my interest peaked in it. I had never heard of it, and so I started watching all these 15, 30-minute documentaries about it, just trying to understand more of it, and then listening to some documentaries of the the theories of what had taken place. And of course you get theories, everything from aliens to Russian military, a Yeti type of creature, or maybe even a pack of them, all of that kind of stuff. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did she cover the issue with the Mansi tribe as well? I couldn't remember the name of it when I was talking the other night, and then it came to me. The villagers that they reckoned they blamed initially for the murders.
Yeah.
I don't know if she covered that or not, because that was quite fascinating about their side of things.
I can't remember if she did or not. I want to say she did. I think she tried to do 2 lives on it. I think the first one she did was leading up to the going through the events as they were presented by whoever, up until the search. And then I think she did another live on it where it was the search and then the theories, the search and what they found, and then the theories. Right. And I do believe she mentioned the tribe, but I don't think I can't remember exactly, but I don't think she deep dived into it. But you said it's the Mansi tribe.
Yeah, the Mansis.
Okay, right. One thing that I don't know is, do they think the Mansi if the Mansi tribe theory is viable, did the Mansi tribe do this and then cause an avalanche somehow?
Yeah. No, what they did was, initially, because the Mansi are they're an indigenous, a tribe.
An Inuit tribe, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, very similar, very similar.
Okay,
So,
right.
you know, the same as you go all over, you know, you've got your Inuits over in your continent. If you go to, of which I have some relatives, the Sami, in going into Finland, northern Norway, Finland, going to the Urals,
Right.
which is kind of that area, you know, because people forget that there's a border there with, you know, Norway and Finland and Russia. And then the Mansi are, again, the indigenous, you know, an indigenous tribe, and they were very protective of their land. Really, you know, they had sacred hunting grounds, they had burial grounds, and they didn't particularly like people going onto their lands. And apparently, not long before the Dyatlov incident, they had they'd been accused or arrested for the murder of somebody who had trespassed in inverted commas onto their land. I don't know I can't remember the story, whether this guy was a hunter or a tourist or something, but he was where he shouldn't have been, and he was killed by the Mansi. And the Dyatlov party had actually passed through Mansi territory just prior and only days prior to the deaths. And they had documented, I think, again, she may or may not have covered it, but there were journals that they had, and they had jogged down in the journals that they had had a confrontation with the Mansi tribe. You know, and they'd gone into this part of the forest, that there were carvings on the trees, you know, I suppose a bit similar to like the runic alphabet. You know, they were only signs that were known to the Mansi, but there were things carved on trees and so on and so forth. And apparently there was a very heated confrontation with the Mansi, and then the Dyatlov group left. So after reading about this in the journals, when the bodies had been found, the journals and the belongings had been found, off they went and carted off basically all of the adults out of the Mansi tribe, interrogating the bejesus out of them for what they presumed was, you know, revenge killing for going onto one of their sacred areas. And the Mansi were eventually released. I mean, it was after quite a while, and I wouldn't be surprised, given the practices of the day, that it didn't involve some form of torture. Who can say, because they've never really talked about it. But they were then allowed to go free, because it turned out that the Mansi were actually warning the Dyatlov party not to go up to the Mountain of Death, which is what they called that area where they ended up losing their lives. So the Mansi were trying to give them warnings, but whether it was a breakdown, a language problem, a cultural problem, I don't know. But the Dyatlov party either ignored or didn't understand this warning. But yeah, they were eventually released and let go, but they do not like to talk about it. You know, they're a very private people anyway, but that's the involvement of the Mansi.
Okay, so they claim to know that the tent was cut multiple times from the inside out.
Yeah, that's right.
Why? I mean, what can you imagine that would have taken place that would have caused them from inside of their tent? Because if I'm not mistaken, there was only one tent. All of the hikers were in one tent.
Yes, there were. They weren't all big slashes. There were obviously I think there were one or two. Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember exactly. Large gashes which they had got out from. They didn't go out through the zipper or the toggles or however the tent was fastened. They actually made their escape through ceiling to floor gashes. However, the other cuts that were in it were all around the tent. And when they looked at it, when they put the tent back up again, because it was obviously collapsed when they found it, all of these little tiny slits were at eye height. So to me, that's people too scared to look out of the tent. They're cutting little holes. I mean, how frightened must you be in those kind of sub-zero temperatures, and we're talking extreme sub-zero temperatures, that you are going to compromise your only form of shelter and warmth what has caused you to get to that state where you are prepared to compromise your only shelter, your only form of keeping warm and alive, by cutting little holes at eye level all around so that you can see out of the tent? That's what I think. What got them to that state that they thought that was their only option?
So there were 9 of them. Is that correct? It was either 9 or 12.
Do you know what? I think there were less, weren't there? I can't
thought
remember.
I thought the number, the original number was either 12 or 10, and then one guy backed out. I remember that.
He was poorly.
So let's say there were 9 of them. So the idea, I guess, would be, I mean, this is if it really was the Mansi tribe, right? The only thing I could imagine is that it's pitch black, right?
Yeah.
Probably maybe driving snow, high wind.
Yeah.
Don't know. The warriors, I guess, would have been circling the tent and making all kinds of war cries.
Could have been.
Maybe clanging weapons together, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they're cutting holes in the tent to look out. And then when they finally decide that they've got to do something. But see, here's one thing I remember. I do remember Natasha saying, and I do remember hearing this on multiple documentaries, was that they, at some point, it was determined that they were all in a single file line.
Yeah.
So if you had multiple cuts, floor to ceiling, or ground to ceiling, to extricate yourselves in different directions to maybe confuse the attackers, what could have transpired next? And the single file line. So that's what doesn't make sense to me. Unless they were immediately captured, which probably was the case. But didn't they leave? They left like their boots.
Yes. Yeah.
Their socks, their clothes. I mean, they left all that behind.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how scared you are. And obviously, don't forget, what was his name? Anatilov, was it? Dyatlov? Dyatlov. He was an experienced winter hiker. He knew what the score was. He was the leader of that group. So he, out of anybody, no matter how scared he is, no matter how frightening something is, yourself, the first thing you're going to do is, right, we're in deep shit here, get your boots, get your clothes on. He knows that running out of the tent in that kind of state that they were in is virtually, if you're not caught, you're going to die, aren't you?
Yeah.
Those temperatures, you are not going to survive. Now, I know that the couple that were found together and they'd kind of stripped off, and yeah, that can happen with hypothermia, can't it? Because you get the feeling that you were burning up when actually you're not. It's the cold has got your extremities. So that occasion, because they tried to light a fire, hadn't they? And they'd burned the ends of the toes and fingers because they obviously were suffering from severe frostbite, so they couldn't feel that the hands were burning. And they had started to shed the clothes. So, yeah, that to me is part of hypothermia. Now, if they had been there long enough to get into, because it was kind of a bit of a riverbank, wasn't it? There was slightly a dry riverbank or frozen, but it was sheltered from the wind. It was below the tree roots. If they had managed to get there to that extent where they had the time to light a fire to try and warm themselves, that says to me that there aren't people running around chasing after them, because those Mansi hunters know that ground, they know the terrain, and they know the weather. So they'd have found them. They'll obviously have light, whether it would be flaming torches or what have you. That's the one thing that always sat with me about the Mansi. I never thought it was them anyway, but you have to look at it critically. And yeah, I just thought they had the time to do that. that to me is not somebody being chased by somebody hunting them in, you know, in fear of their lives, that you're going to make a fire that's going to cause light that will potentially reveal your hiding place. I don't know. That's just my thought.
Do you know what I wonder now? Because I know Natasha did, you know, an extensive, you know, dissertation on the injuries of the bodies, right?
Oh yeah.
Weren't some of these weren't all of the bodies? Didn't they have? I mean, most of their bones were broken, correct?
Yeah, it's something like you would have got from a high impact car wreck. Imagine somebody going at 70 or 80 miles an hour with no seatbelt on and going through a windscreen into a brick wall. They were the type of injuries that had been sustained. It wasn't anything you would have got from, like I said, falling out of a tree, for example, or tripping over or rolling down a riverbank. They were pulped. The tongues, well, the tongue was missing. That young girl, her eyes were gone and her tongue was gone. And yeah, that's the one thing that stuck with me, because the Mansi had already been, this is prior to these injuries being made public, had already talked about this creature that lived up the mountain of the dead, that, you know, would take children and what have you, but they would find deer and so on, and they were the parts that were always missing, the tongues, the eyes, you know, things like that. And I think as well, in one of the journals, they'd also mentioned the fact that they'd come across was it a deer or something, a moose or a deer, while they were on the way to this place, that they found this carcass that had been very recently killed because the blood was fresh, but that had had its tongue ripped out. These are all the things that cause the, you know, you to start doubting. And yeah.
Now, do you remember if, because I don't know what kind of toxicology would have been able to have been done in the late 50s. You know, I've always wondered if maybe one or two of the Mansi were in the tent with them, possibly dosed them with something and scared the shit out of them.
Maybe, you know, maybe.
And then just walked off. And possibly, well, see, the thing was with I can't remember which one was the one that had the tongue removed. I can't remember, because there were two females, right? Yes. I thought there was two females. The one female was found, two guys in that below the ground kind of cove or whatever what you were just describing. I can't remember if that is the one or if the other lone female was the one that had the tongue removed, but her tongue had not been cut out. It was removed. It was just, it had been pulled out. The entire thing.
Yeah, that's the one. It was oh, what's his name? Oh, I think was it a name? I think it was Ludmila. I think yes. Her name was, but that's what the Mansi had been saying. They would find creatures that had had the tongues ripped out, and the trekkers had also, you know, they documented it in the journal that they'd come across this freshly killed, can't remember if it was a deer or a moose, that, you know, the blood was there, the body was still warm, so it was very recent in those sub-zero temperatures. It was very recent, and its tongue had been torn out. So it's, yeah, it's really bad. But yeah, I think it was Ludmila. I think Ludmila. She was the one known who had the eyes and the tongue removed.
Now, on one of the documents, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, but she looked like she'd been pummeled as well. Yes. I think her chest, her heart, and lungs, everything. She looked like something had. I think I heard it being described like if a half a ton anvil had been dropped on her chest.
Yes, a crushing blow, if you will.
Yeah. Well, that's what we described at, wasn't it? Didn't it's not what the Russians said? They died from a crushing blow, and you're like,
Yes.
well, what was a crushing blow?
Right. Either a tumble down a mountain full of trees and bushes and stumps at a high rate of speed like an avalanche, or an angry tribe of extremely territorial indigenous peoples, or some Russian military experience that caused the avalanche, or
Mm-hmm.
you come to the famous picture, right? The picture on the first camera roll.
Oh, I'm missing you there. You're broken up a little bit there.
Oh, I'm sorry. The picture on the cameraman's camera roll, on the photographer's camera roll. You know, there's a picture of a. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. You know, there's a picture of the either a man or a beast.
Oh, the one that's in the trees. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't tell. It's too grainy and it's too blurry.
Yeah.
And
I think what
oh,
people
sorry, go
should.
ahead.
Sorry, we're talking over each other here. I'm sorry. You carry on.
No. I was apologizing for interrupting. Sorry.
Oh, right. I think out of the 9 that were, it was 9. I was thinking that it was less, but out of the 9 that were killed, but you think about it, there was only 3 of them didn't die of. Oh, 6 of the 9 died of hypothermia. That was their cause of death. There was only 3 of them who actually suffered these kind of injuries. There was, that Ludmila who had obviously this horrific injuries to her chest, to her internal organs, and she'd had the tongue torn out and the eyes removed. And then I can't remember, but the other 2 were guys. One, his skull was stoved in, and the other one also had severe injuries to his chest. But the rest of them were hypothermic. They died of hypothermia. This is why it's never sat well with me, because they weren't found that far apart. So, if it's a tribal thing attacking them, why only kill 3 like that? Why just leave the rest to freeze to death? I don't know. There's just too many unanswered questions for me. Sorry, I'm just looking at the bigger picture, but
Yeah, no, I get it. It's a mystery, and the the missing organs. There was one documentary I watched that they basically said that it is possible for the eyes to have I can't remember the term they used. In temperatures that cold and extreme wind, they were basically saying that it's entirely possible that the eyes could have shriveled up.
Yes.
To a to a size, yeah, that's so small that back then they may have been there, but the coroner or whatever they have in Russia, it's entirely, and the searchers, they probably didn't see them or didn't know what they were looking at. That it is possible, but that was the only thing. Like, that doesn't happen with the tongue. Obviously, your eyes, as far as I know, are the only, what do they call it? Gelatinous, I guess, would be kind of the word. Thing that we really have that's an external, both an internal and external feature in our bodies. So then again, just like Green Eyes just pointed out, that doesn't explain the removal of the tongue.
Yeah.
How did your tongue get ripped out, right?
Or why was one of the bodies, their clothing contained, significant levels of radiation? Only one, but there was radiation found on, the clothes of one of the victims. It's
right.
Yeah. It's very, very, very strange. And I mean, apparently there were, I can't remember exactly word for word, but there had been, when they were describing the injuries, because it was, describing this immense force that had to have been used. But, there were no soft tissue injuries either. Now, how that's somebody beat, you're going to get soft tissue injury.
You're talking like cuts, or is that what when you say soft tissue?
Yeah, your abrasions, your skin, even some of your internal organs, your soft tissue, and none of them had any soft tissue injuries. So it's just so fascinating. I mean, you could turn this inside out and upside down and still never even scratch the surface.
Yeah. It's a fascinating story. It really is. And what's even more fascinating about it to me is the fact that this really did happen. We just don't know how or why it happened, but it happened. There's no doubt.
Well, the other thing as well, did you hear about, I don't know if she covered it as well, about when they actually exhumed one of the bodies, didn't they? It's only a couple of years ago.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I might be wrong. I'm going to say 2 years ago. It might be slightly longer. It might be slightly less. But there was the 3 of them that died of injuries and the 6 that didn't. The other guy, so you had Ludmila died of the chest injuries, but she had other bits removed. You had one guy of the fatal skull injury, and then the other guy who also died of chest injuries. And when I've got to get this right now, when they exhumed his body, they had quite a few of these Russian experts looking at him and what have you. And one of these experts had said that when they looked at these injuries closer and details of what have you, they said he looked like these were consistent with somebody who had been knocked down at speed by a car.
I'll remember that.
And not only that, did you hear about the DNA analysis that they did?
No.
Okay, well, they did his DNA and they couldn't reveal or find any similarity to the DNA of any of his living relatives.
Oh.
There you go.
So what does that mean? I mean, could that?
I mean, you could be really critical and go, or not critical, just say, right, okay, was he adopted? He could have been adopted. He could have been a baby that was swapped by accident at the hospital and nobody's ever found out. Or was it a bit invasion of the body snatchers? Wheel within a wheel.
Yeah, you just, blown mind emoji.
But also he wasn't on the list of the people who were buried at that, the cemetery where they're all buried. He's not on that list.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Is that why somebody said in the chat earlier that about a Russian spy being among them?
Oh, I missed that one? Oh, maybe he's the spy. I missed that.
No, do you know which one? Well, clearly it wasn't the guy that led the expedition.
No. Shall I Google it? And see if I can find out?
Yeah.
Let's have a go.
I don't know if my chat is frozen.
Well, mine's not moved either, so I think people are just we've either bored them to death into sleep or they're listening intently. Right, let's have a let me see if I can find it. Oh, wasn't that far out? Here we go. On the 12th of April 2018, Zolotarev, so it's Zolotarev, and his full name is Semyon, and in brackets Alexander Zolotaryov, and that's who they exhumed in 2018.
and his DNA did not match any of his living relatives.
This is what I remember. So let me have a look what he said here. So, oh yeah, going about the injuries. DNA analysis. There was no similarity to any of his living relatives.
I would be curious to know how close he and the guy that backed out of the expedition because of the foot injury or whatever it was that he had, stomach issue, something. I'd be curious to know how close those two were.
Well, there's a thing here that says, regardless of all this, oh yeah, and he's not buried. Oh, sorry, he's not on the list. I knew this bit of buried at the Ivanovskoye Cemetery. And it says, nevertheless, the reconstruction of the face from the exhumed skull matched post-war photographs of Zolotarev. Although journalists journalists expressed suspicions that another person was hiding under Zolotarev's name after World War II. So, there you go.
But wasn't he too young to have been in World War II? Because I thought that
he was, but it doesn't preclude somebody from using his name.
Exactly.
So
yeah, he wasn't who he said he was.
Yeah. Maybe not. So yeah, whoever said the spy thing, that could maybe corroborate that spy theory. Yeah, but I think whichever way you look at this case, your answers don't get answered because it just opens up another ream of questions.
Yeah. It's a literal rabbit hole.
It is. That's why I love this case. That's why I absolutely love it, because I like things that make me think and make me start to try and nitpick and pull things apart, and that's what this case does. Like we were just saying then, talking about, could it have been the mancy around the tent? Well, yeah, but why let 6 of them freeze to death and only beat 3 of them to death? And why not find the and yeah. I don't know. I don't think we'll ever know unless some secret Russian files suddenly reveal that it was some top secret government experiment, which the Russians will never do.
I think to find the Mancy answers, you would really have to study their culture. They didn't remove 3 tongues, right? Only 1 tongue was removed. I don't know how in the hell or what kind of force it would take to pull a tongue out of somebody's mouth.
Massive.
Or throat, really. I don't even know that Arnold Schwarzenegger could have done that in his heyday.
No.
Right? I mean, you would think that the amount of force it would take to grip something like a tongue, although I suppose if it's frozen, but then why beat them to death? But what I'm thinking is when it's in its natural state, right? Even somebody freezing to death, at best, it's going to be dry, not necessarily frozen, right? I mean, the amount of force you would have to use to hold between your index finger and your thumb and, pull it out. It seems like at that point, if you had that much force in your hands or that capability, that bite force, if you will, like an alligator, like this, if you had that, you would press your thumb, the membrane would just split, not in between your thumb and your index finger. Yeah. Some people have long tongues, but I mean, I doubt this girl was Gene Simmons, where you could actually wrap around and pull it. But I don't know. I just.
Yeah, I mean, the only way that I can go with that is I don't know if anybody else in the horses have had anyone else in the chat has had horses or anything to do with them. I don't know so much about cattle, but over here, the horses, you have the teeth filed down, and there's two ways of doing it. You either put a gag in the mouth, which holds the mouth open and keeps the tongue compressed, or if you've got a really easy horse, because horses have a gap, don't they? They've got the front teeth, then there's a gap, which is where the bit will sit, and then the back teeth. You will hold the tongue out through the side of the mouth, so it's through that gap in the teeth, so they're not biting at themselves. And you hold that there while your vet or the horse dentist is filing the teeth down. Now, to actually hold, now bear in mind, this is a longer tongue, so you've got more purchase on it than you would be able to do on a human tongue, okay? Because it's very long. It's holding on to that, but even hanging on to it, the reflex on that tongue pulling back is very, very strong. Now, I know we're talking a horse and it's a big animal, but even as the strongest person with so much to hang on to that would give you something to actually give you the leverage to pull and tear it out, that would be virtually impossible. And I'm not just talking for the strongest man. The only way you're getting that tongue out is to cut that sucker. You cut it off at the back, and you think that comparatively, a human tongue, although there's not as much to grip hold of, it's very, very, it's very small. That would, or would, you would think would be a piece of cake to actually rip out, but not. People don't realize you touch your tongue, you automatically get that reflex to pull it back within your mouth, don't you? It goes to the back. You've got your gag reflexes and all the rest of it. So no, I don't know how that would have been physically possible to do.
Well, isn't it true that the tongue is the strongest muscle in the body?
So I believe.
I mean, of course, that doesn't necessarily mean hardest to remove, I don't suppose, but there just a point to what you're saying,
Yeah, it would make it tricky, and you've got, like I said, you've got all that involuntary muscle reflex, the pulling away of. If you've ever had surgery, or anybody's you've had people, even the dentist yourself, what it's like. Your tongue automatically wants to go right to the back of your throat, even though it's not, you can't swallow your tongue. I know that's, people say that, and other people say it's a physical impossibility, but your tongue wants to just shoot to the back of your mouth. Oh, night, Frida, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you. And I've lost bedtime. I'm wondering whether that's my hint to ditch this chat, and maybe we can. No, it's okay. It's okay. Bedtime. I just see that you booted. I didn't know whether to wrap this up and leave the floor free for your live, if you're planning on doing it yet, or having an hour or so, and I'm happy to follow you over there. It's been that's really interesting chat, though. I've liked bouncing things off ideas off each other regarding Dyatlov, because I'm just fascinated with that case. Absolutely fascinated. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Do you want to wrap up on here and then wait for bedtime to go live, and then we can all jump over there and harass the bejesus out of him? What's Mrs. Mercury? Could the whole thing have been done by the government as a warning to stop others venturing up there? Maybe the government was doing experiments and they wanted to keep things hidden. Maybe. We're just, I don't think we're ever going to know. It's going to be like JFK murder, and it's going to be like, how did Elvis really die? We're not going to know. Maybe that was the wrong example to use. So yeah, no, I'm happy to wrap this up here, bedtime, because I'm looking forward to hearing your gossip, and then some of this case that you've been listening to. because I think we've kind of we've gone through everything, you know. And if you want to carry on or at some point bring up Dyatlov again, you know, I'm happy to do that. But yeah, what do you think, guys? Should we gate crash? Should we gate crash bedtime when he comes on? Give everyone a chance to get a brew. Oh, you're welcome, Sheila. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Like I said, it kind of started with structure and then just went off on a tangent, but it's been a pretty good Mad Friday considering none of us went out getting drunk. Yeah, is that okay with you then, bedtime? Brilliant. So, God, I've done nearly 5 hours. Oh my goodness. Right, guys. So if I say thank you all so much, thank you everybody in chat and people who are listening who haven't joined in. You know, next time we have one, please feel free to come in. You know, we're a nice bunch. We like taking the mickey, and we have a laugh, and yeah, we just like discussing things. So yeah, please come back. And I'll probably do. I'll thank you, Frida. Yeah, we love having you here as well. And if I log out now and say thank you all so much, and don't forget, sub to Bedtime Clown. He's going to go live shortly, and we can all go over there and talk other shizzle. All right, guys and gals, thank you so much for coming in. Love to you all, and see you on the bright side.